Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Rusty?
I'm doing good, Adam. How are you?
Not too bad. Beautiful day over here.
Yeah, it is here too. Cold, but really nice.
You know, I could have just blown south to Casper.
Yeah, well, I actually came from Laramie yesterday, so I was it was nasty in Laramie though. There were people that were going from Cheyenne to Laramie and it was taking them 2.5 hours. And so there was we had a lot of conversation in the morning about what to do. And certainly if you were down there, it was pretty ugly.
I'm sure.
So anyway, I dislike Zoom meetings as much as everybody else.
This may very well be the first like full-fledged Zoom meeting I have done. I've made it all the way through everything and have not had to commit to one of these for a whole day event. So
lucky you.
I have no idea what the etiquette is. I'm gonna sit here in my rocking chair drinking coffee and call it a day.
So for some reason, my computer's not showing anybody's faces or anything. You guys doing
I've got no audio.
That's gonna be on Amanda's end, I believe, to turn on video.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Lee, how do you do that? This is Dwayne.
I think we have to wait for the Amanda to turn the video on. I'm not seeing that option on my end either.
Okay. So I thought I was really covered because I had a school board conference in Casper.
Well, I was in
Wednesday and Thursday, and I was prepared to be. I was already there for the regular meeting, but yeah, I came back home last night. So.
I was in. Oh, there's
the boss.
I was in Bozeman yesterday, going to drive to Casper for the meeting, and then come down to Laramie, tonight. But so I wound up coming from Bozeman to Laramie.
In the bottom corner of your Zoom, do you see where it says stop video?
Ours is not showing that up.
It doesn't?
Me neither.
Yeah, we're seeing no start video on our screen.
Move your cursor around.
Yeah, so
do you want me to curse some more, is what you're saying?
That's what I said.
What's the cursor?
Well, we're seeing our screens are not showing a video option. I mean, mine's not. I've got a mute, a chat, a raise hand, a Q&A, and a leave. Can I hit the leave?
No,
Amanda's going to promote you
no,
to
that's not an
a.
option.
Amanda's got to promote you to a
Presenter.
Panelist. Yep, presenter,
Yeah.
panelist, and when she does that, your options should come up.
She just did you.
Yep.
I'm going to join as a panelist.
Thank you, everybody.
all right, now we got it. It'll be a miracle if we can get Tony on this thing. You're not golfing, are you?
No. Can you hear me, Rusty?
Well, I can hear you, Tony.
Man, I'm on for now, but that's all I can say.
All right.
Where's he at?
I think he's down south. I don't know.
So if any of you guys are on there that are not just activated as panelists yet, then that'll be coming. Looks like 1, 2, 7 on, or 6 on, and 2 in the room. It's amazing we made it this far without having to do this.
Nine?
Should be 14. Or 18. I mean.
Analysts?
Elisa texted Josh and I and said that she was not going to be on this morning.
Albert's gonna be a little bit late. He's on the road. And Pat's gonna be a little bit late.
Okay.
Where is the distinguished co-chairman? Oh, there he is.
Ten.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning,
Hi,
Jamie.
Morning, Jamie.
I was just talking to Albert, and you know that he's gonna be a little late.
Yes.
Okay.
He texted me this morning at 6, said, I'm on my way to Casper. Is the meeting still on?
Well, he's gotta be there anyway, so.
That's what he said.
Are you guys, where are you? Are you in Cody still?
No, we're in Cheyenne.
So Pete, what do you guys went from Cody to Cheyenne?
I drove from Cody to Cheyenne yesterday.
Fun times.
It wasn't bad, actually.
Well, good.
Cheyenne to Laramie was not pretty yesterday, 35 miles an hour. I thought it was awful. So I drove down to the 3-way and came back up through Saratoga. I said, I'm not going to stay on the interstate.
Yikes.
I came down from Bozeman and it was storms scattered all the way through the state.
Yeah.
Can you go to panelists so I can see who's on?
And I haven't heard from Ogden. I saw him yesterday. And I thought he would be on this morning. He may be trying to get to a computer. I know he was in Cheyenne last night.
Did you go to Cheyenne, Rusty?
I was at the Wyoming or the Governor's Business Forum in Laramie. And so I left Laramie at about 3:30. And I was planning on going to Casper and then I just went home. So it was a little ugly down in Laramie and around the canyon, but once you got out of it, it wasn't too bad.
Good.
Some patchy ice.
Did you guys read the comments from the public?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
There's some
like
real
when they
nice
use
ones.
expletives.
Yeah, real nice ones. Bless their hearts.
That's right.
How many panelists do you think we're waiting for?
There's Ogden.
Okay. Brian, do you,
Yeah, so right now we've got 13, I believe.
okay,
So 13 out of 18. We know that Albert and Pat will be late,
and Elisa.
and we know Elisa's not coming. So I think we probably could go ahead and get started.
Okay. Let's just go ahead and get started and go over a few things here. Do we have to go live or anything, or are we already live?
You're live.
We're live, and I don't know if everybody can see it, but we've got about 13 members of the public that are viewing as well.
Yep, I can see those, so appreciate that. So I'll just start. Welcome, everyone. Sorry, it's a Zoom meeting. Amazing we got this far without having to do more of this. But weren't sure yesterday morning. It was pretty ugly where I was and where Brian was, and in Cheyenne and Laramie, and we thought we better do this as we weren't sure. So I just want to remind everybody to just go ahead and mute yourself, and unless you have something to say, and if you're not getting your point across, you're not being able to feel like you're not getting, just raise your hand on there, and we'll make sure we get to you, and then go from there. And so I think we have 13 participants on, maybe 14 on, and a couple absent, and a couple that are one absent, and a couple that are going to join a little bit late. So anyway, and then I guess some Zoom etiquette, just if you got background noise and stuff, try to limit that, and like I said, mute if you're not talking. So is there anything anybody else wants to say in the introduction, opening comments? If not, we're just going to move. Go ahead, Brian.
Just so everybody knows, we had Amanda send most, or if not all, of the documents that'll be referenced on the agenda today. She sent them on email this morning. They'd been sent previously, but she put them all in one package this morning in one email. So you've got those, should be at the top of your box.
Yeah, thank you for that, Brian, and thank you, Amanda, for all that work. I thought that I printed all those out last night, and I thought the explanation on all of those recommendations was really well done. So thanks for that. Now, once Pat tells me how he thinks they were done, I guess we'll find out. But so okay.
Hey, Rusty, real quick.
Go ahead, Josh.
I was just Larry Hicks just called. He was at the Hilton Garden Inn. He didn't get the email apparently, so he'll be joining a little late. He didn't realize it had been moved to a virtual meeting.
Okay, thanks for that, Josh. He had to be in Casper anyway today, so I don't feel really bad, but I guess he might not have. We tried to text everybody too, so I'll apologize to him when I see him later, but thank you for that. So he'll be coming on a little bit later. So
I want to butt in real quick and do.
Go ahead, Ogden.
All I wanted to do is a huge thank you to you for all the work and time you've put in, and Brian and all the staff. I've sat on this is the third or fourth governor's task force I've sat on. This is one of the best ones. I think huge kudos to you before we get near the end of the day and we're back in the trench again, but job well done. Thank you.
Well, thanks for that, Ogden. Really a team effort. I mean, I think going to the meetings and trying to do a little bit of extra work behind the scenes, but really most of that's been taken care of by the Game and Fish staff. They're awesome. And thanks to Brian and yeah, right. Like his staff has been tremendous. So probably almost all of the kudos need to go to them. Okay. So is there any changes to the agenda? I guess the only thing I'm going to say is I think the agenda is fine. There certainly is going to be some room today to bring up some other things that you might want to talk about. Maybe that, we only have this meeting and another one. So if there's some things that you think that we didn't talk about or need to talk more about, I think that's important that we at least lay it out there so that if there's any follow-up from another group or anything like that they know that we just didn't get to it, or we had some conversation about it, but it needs more. So I would just say that I'm open to that during some of this time. I think we're going to move through this agenda fairly quickly. So, but is there any other changes to the agenda?
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It's been moved then by Lee, and we'll take the second by Tony. And to approve the agenda, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll say that was unanimous decision. And then the minutes, all the minutes were sent out, I think about a week or a week and a half ago, and they were actually minutes from the last two meetings. And the reason was because of that we had a a tough turnaround and some changes between August and September. So the minutes from both of the last two meetings are on agenda for approval. So I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the last two meetings.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, I think it was moved by Brian and seconded by Jamie.
Lisa.
Oh, Lisa, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just trying to keep that straight so that Amanda can get that in the minutes. So thank you for that. And then any discussion on that? Okay, if you're opposed to approving the minutes, just raise your hand or say aye. If you're not, we'll just assume these are going to be approved. Okay, so the motion is approved. And then we're going to move right into a presentation with Jennifer. She's got the next couple things. And so Jennifer, we're going to turn this over to you and let you move into your presentation. And then I'll just ask everybody that if you have a question, you can mute yourselves. If you have a question, raise your hand and we'll get to you. So thank you, Jennifer. And thanks again for all of your work. This whole task force, this time you've presented almost every meeting and been ready for information during the meeting. And you do all of your other work also, and probably 3 other people's work also. So thank you, Jennifer, for everything you've done for this task force. So it's all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, task force. This morning, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation for you. I'm just going to give a little narrative on the information that I found. In reference, I had to have some others assist me with this. So the first one is the history of the gunpowder and buckskin hunt, which is what I referenced last meeting, is in Wyoming statute 23-1705. That the commission may, upon payment, issue up to 25 licenses each year for the exclusive use of the gunpowder and buckskin hunts. And this is handled in our Sheridan region. Those licenses are all issued out of our Sheridan region. And I went back to the Sheridan Regional Office Manager and the deputy, he's now the Deputy Chief of Wildlife, Craig Smith, to see what background we could find or that they had on this. And they sent me some information on that. So the first Sheridan gunpowder and buckskin hunt was conducted in 1953. And these buckskin gunpowder hunts are handled by their Wyoming Rotary Club out of Sheridan. And so the first one was conducted in 1953. And until 1971, non-resident deer licenses were sold in an unlimited number across the counter. And so it wasn't a statute back then. After 1971, when the department regionalized non-resident deer licenses, there was a statute change, and the earliest reference that could be found in statute was in 1979 session law with an effective date of May 25th, 1979. And so currently the Sheridan, the Wyoming Rotary Club in Sheridan finds those members who come participate in that hunt. And since they had lower numbers, more recently, in the last 10 to 15 years, they have been making some of those licenses available to the Wounded Warriors, honorary members each year in conjunction with the Chase family, to allow those participants to hunt elk on the NX Bar Ranch. And so it's kind of become a little bit of both the Wyoming Rotary and Wounded Warriors. And just as a background from what I presented last year, in 2021, we only issued 12 licenses. 2019, we had issued up to 13. And as far back as 2017, which was the date I gave at the presentation last time, we had issued 23 licenses. So that is what I could find as background working with our Sheridan office. So I really appreciate their assistance on that. So I would stand for any questions and hopefully I can answer them, or I will get more information if I can.
Great, thanks for that, Jennifer. Sounds like you had to dig in a little bit there. So does anybody have any questions or issues or anything with that that gunpowder buckskin hunt? I appreciate the information. So
Rusty,
go ahead,
Rusty?
James.
I'd just like to ask Jennifer, did you get any feedback from the Sheridan office? How important this is to the region?
They think it works well. They like that now they can just issue them out of the Sheridan. It is kind of an annual event put on by their Rotary Club. So I do believe that it is an important part of the Wyoming Rotary Club in Sheridan. And, you know, that opportunity to also support those wounded warriors hunting on as well on the NX bar. That is always important, even with our Wounded Warriors donated program as well.
Any other questions for Jennifer on this?
Yeah, Rusty, I was gonna ask real quick, does the Game and Fish there in Sheridan, do they control the number of licenses, or who determines, you know, how many to issue on a yearly basis?
So how it works now that they're able to be issued out of the Sheridan office instead of the Cheyenne office is the Rotary Club gets together with the Sheridan Regional Office and requests the specific number of licenses either in Region C or Region Y, which is where they're hunting out of currently. And the Cheyenne office, either myself or one of the members of my staff loads the licenses to be available only to be sold at the Sheridan region. And then those members participating in that hunt come in and pay for those license fees at the Sheridan office and are issued those licenses.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Jen on this? Okay. Anybody want to take any action on this or anything like that? Seems like it's a very small and pretty isolated area that uses this and has since the 50s, it sounds like. So, okay. Well, thank you, Jen, for that. And thanks for digging into that. Let's just move on to the next one. Donated licenses and repeat hunters.
Yes, so I did do some research into a little further into the donated customers who receive donated veteran licenses for multiple years. So I was asked to look at 2019, 20, and 21. And during that time frame, we had 27 customers who held those licenses all 3 years. And then a total of 102 licenses who had 102 customers who had had at least licenses 2 of the 3 years. So that does include those 27, but there were, you know, the difference is how many customers had held those over that 3-year period. And that does include, that doesn't include the number of customers who held multiple licenses in the same year. That's just a distinct customer who held a license in 1 year and then held it in either a subsequent year or all 3 years. And then just looking at, because I know this question would probably come up, the number of customers who had held either a moose, sheep, goat, bison in multiple years. And there's only 2 customers in the whole length of the program who have ever held both a moose and sheep. And those went back, the first one was held in 2012 and 13, and then 2016 and 18. So in the most recent history, we have not had a customer hold either a moose and or sheep, goat, or bison in multiple years across that. So I know that was a question that had come up kind of last year as we worked through the legislative bill where it had once in a lifetime on the donated licenses as well.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer, for that information. So is there any way to know what the demand is? If there was a So there was 102 that had licenses in 2 of the last 3 years and 27 that had all 3 years. What's the demand? Is there a database out there for the demand or hunters that are veteran hunters that might take a tag? Do we know what that are we just getting every single one of them one?
So that's a little hard to answer. So when a license holder donates their license, they can specify the organization that they want to work with. So a lot of hunters will select that organization, some of our more popular organizations to work with. And that organization has 10 days to find a licensed hunter who meets the qualifications to utilize that license. If after 10 days, they do not find a hunter who's willing to utilize that license within that 10 days, it goes on the department website on a public list. And at that point, any organization can pick up those licenses and utilize them for hunters that qualify. With that being said, the donated program and the number of licenses we issue each year is dramatically going up each year. So it's really hard to tell if there's more demand out there, if there wasn't that ability to have those repeat hunters. But we don't get the lists from the organizations. If the organizations have a large list and I wouldn't know if they had customers that they're giving to repeat as opposed to not picking new hunters. I wouldn't know that because the hunters work through those organizations and just provide us the paperwork qualifying for the license, and then we issue that license. And the majority of our licenses that are donated by sportsperson come in with a designation initially of an organization.
Okay, thank you. How many of those have we ever had one that went out on a public list that just sat there and didn't get picked up?
We have every year some reduced price, so doe fawn or cow calf that don't get picked up. I believe there's some each year that don't get picked up depending on when they become available, if they're later in the season or there's not a lot of season. But I do know that our high demand licenses, if there's ever a moose or sheep up there, those go. High demand elk, deer, and antelope full price. Those go unless it's literally donated at the last minute. But we do have every year some licenses that are not picked up, but the majority of those are probably reduced price or areas where those organizations can't find a hunting opportunity to take those veterans or wheelchair bound individuals.
Okay, great. Thank you for that information. Questions for Jennifer?
Yeah, Rusty, this is Brian. So the other thing too to keep in mind is that there's really kind of 2 types of donors. There's folks that are just, they've heard about the program and they're normal license holders. They have either hunted a lot in the past or decide to go purchase a license so they can donate it to this program. And then there are those that are kind of recruited by some of these organizations that take these hunters and that work with the department to secure these licenses. And so we have seen an uptick over the last 5 or 6 years in the issuance of landowner licenses, especially in central Wyoming, where one of these organizations like Hunting with Heroes goes out, talks to a landowner, says, hey, you qualify for landowner licenses. A lot of those folks have not applied for or received landowner licenses in the past, but they do go ahead and after Hunting with Heroes or other organizations talk to them, secure the license so they can donate it to the program. And so it's kind of a 3-way partnership where the Hunting with Heroes finds a landowner where the veteran can hunt, and then also finds the veteran and helps them apply for these licenses through the department. And that's becoming more common. And I think that is what's leading to what Jennifer's talking about, where there's continually an increase each year, the number of folks that are taking advantage of the program.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments for this?
Rusty, this is Pete. I'm one of those people. I buy a general deer and general elk license every year and donate it back with no strings attached. So I'm sure there's a number of people like myself.
Great. Hey, thanks for that, Pete. Hey, when you say with no strings attached, is there, and I appreciate that. I'm just curious, what would be, if somebody was at, are there instances where there are some strings attached?
What I meant by that was I don't designate what organization or anything like that.
Okay.
That's what I mean by that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sounds great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So just to add a little bit to that, there's multiple designations when a person donates a license, so they can donate it as just identified. I'm just going to buy a general deer license. I'm going to donate it to the department for any use. So that could be used by a wheelchair bound or disabled veteran. And so they could go on a list of just, here's a donated license that could be picked up by anybody, either type of donated program or any organization. Then we have customers who donate a license, but they specify which group they want. So they may specify wheelchair bound sportsman only, but not an organization, or they may specify disabled veteran, but not an organization. And then we have people who are very specific to this organization as well. And so we get often multiples of either one of those, no designation, a designation of either veteran or wheelchair bound sports person, or for the full designation.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I'm a little
Hey, Rusty,
slow.
I have a question for Brian. And Brian, I don't know, this is just something that I have heard, and I'm curious if you might have the information available. Are there some abuses that are taking place within this? I have heard some rumors that there are folks that have had this license several years in a row, not just the 3 years that maybe Jennifer had referenced, where a non-resident has made this an annual trip to Wyoming that maybe goes even 6, 7, 8, 9 years in longevity on a consistent annual basis. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. I've heard similar, I guess, situations. The thing I don't know is the scale. I don't know how many folks are actually in that circumstance where they've come, 10 years in a row, 8 years, whatever, 6 years in a row. We just heard the information on 3. But I do think there is some legitimacy to some of those complaints.
Do you think that could be solved by an applicant gets limit of one of those licenses per species instead of multiple years?
I do. I don't know how to predict what that would do to the demand and if we would end up with leftover licenses that went unused. But I do think that that's one way that we could ensure that that this really cool opportunity isn't abused.
What would a regulation like that look like?
I think it could be pretty straightforward, pretty similar to how Josh outlined it, where something to the effect of an applicant for a donated disabled veteran or wheelchair bound hunter license may apply for and receive one for each of the following species or no more than one for each of these species, list them all in a 10-year period. And you could even do the same thing with bighorn sheep and moose as well, bison.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, and then the only thing that Jennifer just whispered in my ear is that if we did something like that, we would want to look at full price only and not reduced price cow, calf, or doe fawn.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jennifer, you may have said this, but so we know the data that demonstrates the distribution between resident and non-resident recipients of these transferred or donated tags.
Are you asking, do we know the distribution of the recipient, the donated, the veteran or wheelchair bound person, what residents they are when they actually hunt, or the residency of those who donate the license?
the former, what proportion of the donated licenses are going to non-resident veterans or wheelchair-bound individuals versus residents?
I did not pull that data.
Okay. That'd probably be more of a curiosity than anything else. So this is one of those kind of tough political situations, because as the good director said, this is actually a pretty cool opportunity for folks. We've got a faculty member here in our trades area that participates in an organization that actually curates donated licenses and provides them to disabled veterans for hunting opportunities, and seen a lot of really positive and good things come out of that. One of the areas that I've been hearing some complaints about in the Snowies is what they perceive as the growing prevalence of individuals who are receiving donated licenses and then taking advantage of the early start to the season for a disabled vet, and predominantly in elk, if I understand, is what I'm told, is I think they can start hunting elk with a rifle 5 days before the regular season starts. And here's where it gets challenging is many of these individuals and I know of a few, I've heard from others, they're disabled for PTSD or mental things, or non-easily identifiable physical disabilities. And to the average person would look like they're very, very capable and able to go out and kill animals. And so this was the first year that I heard multiple complaints about that, and people hunting elk before the season started in the Snowy range. So I don't know if that's a trend, if it was just I was listening more because of the task force, but that's one of those things that it kind of puts us in an interesting position when we talk about 50% are fully disabled, and how that disability comes and what the public perceives that at. So I would say it's probably worth looking at how we make this more of a special opportunity, especially for some of those things. And I don't know if it's worth revisiting the early season start date or not, or if that's even being how much that's being taken advantage of. Maybe Brian, you have some insight into that.
Yeah, I do, Joe, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because you're right. This is a difficult one, because it's, certainly one of the values of our state is to honor those who have served, and I think we all appreciate that. But at the same time, I can speak as one of those who has served, and most veterans aren't seeking some kind of advantage or some kind of extra opportunity that other folks may not have. And it's a little bit offensive to some veterans when they see abuses like what we've been talking about. And I think that the early season start, I was here when we did that. There was a lot of legislative interest in it. Ultimately, it was done by the commission. But I think I know the intent was really, when people, they link disability to mobility. And that's why the 5 days early was approved. It wasn't the full range of disabilities that a person can be rated as. And so I don't think it's a bad idea for the commission to look at tightening that up, because I still think there's probably support for people that truly are mobility challenged to have a little bit of an advantage, like starting the season early. But I don't know about those that aren't. You bring up a very valid point. There are folks that have high disability ratings that are able to climb 12,000 feet peaks. So
that sounds like that make, I'm not sure how to put this, that would maybe be a little bit tougher for us for the department to
Rusty,
enforce that.
this is Pete. I just
Go
wonder
ahead.
if we're making a mountain out of a molehill, to where, unless you know the actual numbers of people who are possibly taking advantage of the situation, I think the good way outweighs the bad. And before jumping into that direction, trying to change the regulation, you really kind of need to see how many people we're talking about. If we're talking about several hundred, that's one thing. If we're talking about 5 or 6, I'm not sure it's worth the PR, so to speak, of changing this Disability Act. I just think ought to look at it a little closer.
I would agree with that, Pete. I appreciate those words. Anybody else have any comments, questions?
The one thing I would offer, Rusty, real quick, just, I hope I didn't talk over somebody. I think I might have heard somebody coming in. Or was that you,
I was
Tony?
just gonna ask Brian, or are these hunters on their own, or are they taken out by these organizations for the most part?
So I don't, again, I can't quantify it for you. I know a lot of the hunters are taken by volunteers for these organizations. But I also know there are some that don't have somebody going with them. And but I just don't know how many of each. I think it's another data gap.
Yeah, I agree that it would be a tough thing to, and it might be making a mountain out of a molehill, but maybe even if it were just a note from the local game warden or the commission to some of these sponsors or some of these people to, hey, there's been some complaints. Let's take advantage of this and use it wisely and be a little more conscious of, what the appearance is. I don't know if that's possible. If they're out on their own, then obviously it wouldn't work. But, even just to let, some of the sponsors know that let's, spread it around and really, make it valuable to those people that really need it.
Lee, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we kind of run into the same thing. I do quite a bit of hunts for the Outdoor Dream Foundation, and all of those kids have the ability to do the 5-day previous. And it's just something we do as a kind of an in-house thing. We have a lot of kids that show up that have been medically challenged at some point in their life that are physically fit. They're, in great shape. They've overcome their hurdles, but they have been medically challenged and they qualified for the hunt. But with those, we choose not to take advantage of the 5-day jump start. But if we have, we had a young man that was wheelchair bound a couple years ago, and we did take advantage of it. So it's kind of it's a self-policing thing that we do.
Yeah, and Lee, we do something very similar with the Muley Fanatic Foundation with children with terminal or life-threatening illnesses. But I think where the abuse that we're maybe trying to look at or unflesh a little bit here is, there's nothing that would probably in regulation prohibit us from having a child come back for a second or third or fourth trip. But we just internally have made it a policy that, if you have one of these prized elk hunts, which these generally take place in limited quota areas that the public is also seeking to have a tag in, we limit it to what, if you came here to hunt elk, that's your opportunity to hunt elk. You're not going to come back here and hunt elk again. And I think that's where we have heard some of the abuse on this, is that there is an example in the Bags area of a pretty prized mule deer area where a guy has been hunting that tag, where it has become an annual experience for him that goes 6, 7, 8 years. And I think the public has kind of got a sour taste that somebody is using this as an annual hunt where guys are, trying 10, 12, 15 years to draw the tag and have not had that type of luck. And this particular individual, I don't know the disability, but certainly it's not a mobility issue. So I think you're right. I think, Tony, some sort of direction of maybe just putting that out there from the director's office that, let's self-police ourselves before someone else has to. And I think that just being mindful of those perceived perceptions of the public is probably what's maybe stirring some of this discontent with some of the folks that are in these areas that are seeing this being abused.
Well, and the other thing I would offer, Rusty, that could be a path forward if it was the desire of the task force is we could, the department could take a look and gather a little bit more information and present it to the commission and just kind of present the issue to the commission for their awareness. That brings some public attention to it. You know, to Pete's point, maybe that's something we don't want, but I think that there's a way to address this without necessarily having the task force say, we think you need to do a new regulation. It could be something like we recommend, based on public feedback that members of the committee, the task force have heard. We request that the department and the commission investigate this particular issue, gather information, and consider whether change is needed or not.
Okay, I appreciate that, Brian. Does anybody, you know, I really think that Pete hit the nail on the head. You know, I don't know that this garners a lot of attention, but what's the rest of the task force think? If I don't hear anything, then I assume that.
If Mr. Chairman, I believe if we've heard enough about it that maybe it isn't a big deal, but it's big enough that we've heard about it. And so I would lean towards what Brian is suggesting, is just, you know, asking the commission to take a look at it, and maybe they'll flesh it out and there won't be anything there, but there's enough of it that we're hearing about it. So I feel maybe we do something about it.
Okay.
Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Dwayne. So I too take a lot of Outdoor Dream kids and have used that 5-day period. And I think for kids that are life-threatening and terminal, I don't see abuses at all in that. I just can't believe there is abuse in that, but maybe there is. But you know, I like one of the Wounded Warrior veterans this year that he had that capability, but he didn't use it. He started, but it was a cow hunt. You know, he just didn't use it. He started on the opening day. So I just think before we do anything real drastic, we need to find out if there's really a lot of abuse. I guess I'm not hearing it myself.
Appreciate that, Dwayne. Lisa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't understand why we don't just ask the groups that we get out these licenses to submit the names of the people that they have participating in it every year. It doesn't seem that difficult, and then they'd have the names, and if they saw it year after year, they could talk to the organization and say that person's done enough of these hunts. I mean, I think Jennifer said that they don't ask for the names.
No, I think that if I'm not mistaken, Jennifer, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we have the name of the license holder. Is that correct?
That's correct. I can track every license we issued is identified back to a license holder.
But Mr. Chairman and Jennifer, we don't know the names of each person that hunts under that license. Is that correct? I mean, it could be Muley Fanatics or something, but then we don't know the 20 kids that they take out.
So no, we do. So on disabled veteran, the license is issued in the name of the hunter, which is actually the same as even the youth life threatening that some of the other members are talking about. A license is always issued in the name of the hunter, irregardless of what program it's issued. So we can't tell which hunters are out there multiple years.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one more question for Jennifer. Does, like, the licenses that are issued to Outdoor Dream kids, do they automatically get that 5-day? Period?
I believe so. So if I'm thinking correctly, the Dream Foundation usually works through our youth life threatening, and
Right.
A lot of those we do automatically issue the 5-day season extension permit. On that.
Yeah, that was my understanding. I just want.
The Dream Foundation is going with the program I'm thinking it's going with.
Okay. Thank you.
Lee, did you have a question, or I saw your hand go up and down.
Oh, I was just going to say, everyone that I've taken, it automatically shows up with their license packet. Whether we choose to use it or not is up to us. But everyone I've taken, it's in with the package of licenses.
Okay.
Yeah, and that is something that we have, and we take under this same program, the youth that we have. And again, I don't think we're talking about, Dwayne, abuses within the youth with terminal or life-threatening illness program. But that is a separate application for us to apply for that extension permit. And we only do that on children with mobility issues for that very reason. That it certainly is an advantage that definitely is something needed for many of those children that are wheelchair bound or have severe mobility issues. Again, I don't know, and I know there's some overlap here between these hunts that are for disabled veterans and then with the youth, but the example or the complaints that I think that are being brought forth are not coming from the youth program. It is coming from a veteran program where there is a couple of examples that are circulating out there about folks that have had these high prized area tags for 6 to 8 years in a row that are non-residents, and it's got some local people in those areas knowing that these are prized areas that are a little miffed over someone making this an annual hunting trip for them.
Mr. Chairman, to that question, Brian, thinking back when this was established, was there any conversation about whether it was established as a sort of once in a lifetime or an infrequent thing, or was the expectation that this would be something a person could take advantage of year after year after year, or was that even entered into the conversation?
Yeah, as I recall, Jill, the conversation, it wasn't even really discussed. In fact, we forecast that it would be a really cool opportunity for just a handful of individuals and that it wouldn't be used extensively. And so, no, I don't believe it was contemplated. And again, I think that it was an assumption in the conversation that disabled equaled mobility challenged. And I think that the intent is that the reason that the 5-day extension, and I'm not talking about the youth with life-threatening illnesses, I'm talking about the veteran and wheelchair bound folks. The intent was to do the season extension because they had difficulties accessing the areas because of mobility challenges.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, for what it's worth, I mean, it does sound like there's merit in asking the commission to at least examine the rules as they exist now and see if the program is designed and meeting the intent, or if we know more about the program after its implementation, that perhaps there needs to be some adjustments, and specifically in the frequency of holding a license, perhaps, or a type of license. I kind of agree with Pete. I don't know that we want to make a big issue out of it. If it is small numbers, it's worth monitoring, but that seems to be something that would be okay for the task force to recommend to the commission to just take a look at it and see, is it still meeting the intent, or is there a way to maybe tighten it up a little bit so that it's really benefiting those in a way that the original conversation sort of intended.
Does anybody else have any comments on that, or does anybody else want to make a motion, or at least just disapprove of us drafting a letter to look at for the December meeting?
Rusty, I don't know that we need a motion. I think if we did anything, we would just make a recommendation to have the department look into this, and if they find some, I won't use the word abuse, but maybe excessive use of the program, that they just take it to the commission and highlight the issue. I don't think it elevates to a level other than to look at it and then determine the extent of it. Commission could certainly address this issue. I think, Brian, just through maybe just modification of a rule or just program guidance. And so that would, Rusty, that's the only recommendation I would make, is just that the task force request that the department look into this and then present any findings or recommendations to the commission.
Thank you for that, Larry. I appreciate it, and welcome. And I think I saw Pat walk into the other. Welcome, Pat. So thank you for that, Larry. Is anybody opposed to that action? Okay, hearing none, then let's go ahead and take Larry's recommendation. We'll just recommend that they look into that and And if they find anything, then they can modify that however they seem fit. So appreciate that. And thanks for this discussion. It's an absolutely wonderful program that we offer in Wyoming. And I think certainly the positives greatly outnumber the negatives. And I don't, like I said, I think it's probably very small, but like we know, like we hear, sometimes something that gets, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So when something happens like that, especially in a tough area that everybody that's under a microscope. Yeah. So anyway, I appreciate that. Thanks for the discussion. If there's nothing else on that, we'll move forward. Does anybody else have anything on that?
Now, Rusty, I don't have anything on that, but I would just for those of you that, like me, that didn't get the memo, apparently everybody else is, but you're more than welcome to join me here in the lobby at the Hilton Garden Inn in Casper.
Well, Larry, we talked about this. We were going to feel really bad for you if we didn't know you had to be there already anyway. But unless I'm mistaken, I thought you were on all the emails and the texts and stuff. But I really apologize for you not getting that memo. So,
I just got here early.
Well, enjoy your time in Casper. I hope the travel was okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to move on then and start to and I'm not going to we have a break here. We'll probably take a little bit of a break, maybe around 10 o'clock, but otherwise we're going to keep going through this. And Larry and Pat, I don't know, the only thing that I talked about on the agenda, any kind of change was, we really do have a lot of time built into this agenda. And so I want to make sure that if there's any other things that folks want to talk about or heard, I mean, I have just a couple things that, when people know you're on the task force, they're like, well, why haven't you talked about this? And so we, bring up a few things. There's time in there to do that. So maybe make a list of those things and we can at least visit about them briefly or not so briefly or whatever, and at least get them on the table to say we at least address the issue. And if there's ever any follow up to some of the things that we didn't have enough time for, that we at least have some sort of documentation of what that was. So so anyway, next we'll just move into the landowner license, the licensing, and that was in your documents that was sent out this morning by email. I think it was already on the task force website, but there are actually 5 things on here. And I just would love to hear everybody's. I thought that this was done very good. It really, I thought it really captured what we had talked about, and I think these look really well. Brian, kudos to whoever put this together. I think it really does capture everything we talked about in the many times that we talked about landowner licensing. And I do think that this is going to make a difference in some of these drawing odds and some of these things. And I also think that one thing we did and is captured in here is the fact that, we're really turning this over to the department to decide on those percentages. This was a recommendation from us, but certainly we understand that that the department may take some more public comment and talk about whether that 20% is the right number or whatever. We've heard from stock growers that maybe that should be lower and some of those things. So we'll just move into number 1 on here, which is the landowner applicant. And that has to talk about, the significant interest in the 20% ownership, corporate partnership, LLC, those things. Does anybody have any issues with this one?
Rusty, I don't have an issue, but I have a question for the department on that one. In particular, do we have in rules someplace that defines what immediate family is? And I just want to make sure that we don't have a legal loophole out there that it's just to have an argument. So is there something, Brian, in rules that defines what immediate family is?
Yes, and it's specific. And it talks, I don't have it memorized, but it's basically children, stepchildren, immediate families, also brothers, sisters, spouses, and then also sons or daughters-in-law.
So nothing's changed. That's the same definition the department's been using all along. I just want to make sure that we have that in place.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, good question, Larry. So anything else on number 1? Okay. Then we'll move on to number 2. Number 2 is the one that has to do with lands purchased or subdivided for primary purpose of obtaining landowner licenses. And so this is the one, I mean, I think we had a lot of conversation on this, and it's really trying to go to those, we're truly trying to address those carving up of parcels and advertising those, similar to what we talked about when Larry passed out those realtor guides. And I think that the department may get some asks about this, but I think that's good. I think that this is I think this is good language, but I'm curious to see what the task force thinks on this. Okay.
Yeah, and Rusty, just so you know, Amanda did a direct lift on this from where the task force kind of concluded after a long conversation. And so I looked at what Amanda wrote here, and it's from my notes, it reflected what the task force decided after that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Brian. I went through all of my notes from the 3 different meetings that we talked about. I thought that she did a really good job putting this into language that's understandable, that's easy to read. So anyway, thank you for that. Go ahead.
A question on this, when I look at this, so under 2, the way that reads is you have to meet, because so we have A, B, and C, and A is connected to B by an and I just want to make sure. So under a normal statutory construct, which this is not a statute, it's more directing kind of a policy level issue. You have to meet all 3 of these criteria. So it couldn't be, so the way that I read this, it says real property has been publicly advertised for sale as qualifying for the issuance of a resident and non-resident landowner license. So the way I would read that is that would automatically disqualify you for a landowner's license. But it doesn't do that. It says and so then you have to also meet the litmus test of B, and then that one says and. So to disqualify this, you would literally have to meet all 3 of these criteria. And my question is that really what we intended to do, or was it instead of and, should we have an or there? So, because right now, if you advertise it for sale and you don't meet those other 2 criteria, you could still advertise that land for sale as qualifying, is the way I read this. So if we could just, I mean, that's my interpretation of it is, and Pat, I would ask you as the attorney on there, do you read it as the same way? And is that our intent?
Didn't we have this debate at the last task force meeting? Originally, I think I'd written it and said any one of these would disqualify. And I think the task force said we want all 3. So I think that's where the word and was injected, but is my memory right on that?
That's the way I remember. And I think to address what Larry's talking about, I think what the example that was provided was the 10,000 acre ranch. And in the description of the ranch, it talks about the fact that this big ranch qualifies for landowner licenses. That in itself, if it's being sold to be, to continue to be in the production of livestock and also providing wildlife habitat shouldn't exclude it. That's what I recall the debate, kind of where the debate focused around. Whereas, if you put an or in there, you couldn't say in an advertisement for a ranch, even we're not talking about the 160 acre place, we're talking about a big ranch. You couldn't say anything in there about the fact that it qualifies for licenses. And I don't even know, I can't remember where I fell on that, but I think that was the debate.
That's the way I understand it also. And so.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on that. It has to meet all 3 litmus tests, in other words, to not be eligible for landowner programs. And if I vaguely remember that discussion, but I just wanted to bring that up, make sure that we were all in agreement that that's, I guess I was a little bit in Pat's camp. I kind of like the or, but I think if that's a recommendation, the task force, I'm fine with it too.
For what it's worth on my end, I'm a fan of adding the or as well. I would prefer these to be isolated and not all mutually inclusive of each other.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick thought. I mean, I think Brian's point is valid, but it only really applies to A in the listing. B and C, what I'm wondering is if we can have that as and. Of course, we may not see the advertisement, but B and C, having those both qualified, aren't they sort of similar constructs? And so would you always have ones that would qualify for both of those? Because they both talk about the previous use and transfer. It's just the different mechanisms. So I guess what I'm wondering is B, if there shouldn't be an or after B or an and or. And then I'm a bit agnostic on the marketing. I think Brian makes a valid point that, in large descriptions of ranches, it probably doesn't hurt to have that referenced in there.
So Brian, do you think, I hate to, I don't want to kick this off too, because I think we're all probably on the same, at least I am. I think I'm okay with the or, and to Joe's point, maybe one of them needs an or, but I'm okay either way. I'm just wondering if we're okay with the language, and just leaving it up to the Game and Fish and their the department and their staff and their legal to look at that and see what what are we. And I know it's important, don't get me wrong, I understand that one word can change the whole meaning, but if we're okay with the language, can we move it forward and with an and or leave it and or not? What do you think on that?
Well, if you make that an or, and I'll not talk about B and C, but if you make that an or, you're gonna, we would exclude, regardless of size, we will exclude realtors from being able to advertise a ranch as qualifying for landowner licenses. And if that's the intent, that we need to put an or there. But if we're really focused, I think where I think about this is if you're talking about a 160 acre place that's being sold as a recreational property, and they're trying to use the fact that it qualified in the past for landowner licenses as a selling point, that's what we were trying to eliminate. So if you take, go ahead.
I keep reading this and so I would concur that, for a large ranch, maybe that's not adequate. But I kind of agree with Joe. I think you could put an or, so there's 2 circumstances. They could still advertise a large parcel, because B comes back and says, which has been subdivided into parcels, right? So this isn't necessarily the large ranch, which that specifically gets to. It allows the large ranch to move forward, even if you put an or on it, because well, it wouldn't allow the large ranch to advertise if we put an or, but I do think we would want to include an or after B. So it's either one of those scenarios that we want to try to. So if it's been subdivided into parcels, that's just clear that it's been, you know, we can go either way, but I do think what I hate to do is leave this thing completely up to discretion. I honestly, I think that puts the department in a difficult place to say now it's a judgment call, which is fine, other than as you move from region to region to region, the way that these are authorized. I mean, is it consistent across the board? Anyway, I'm rambling. I'm sawing sawdust. I'm just trying to figure out what the right answer here is.
This is let me make a suggestion. So the real harm we're trying to prevent and discourage is large ranches that provide significant wildlife habitat and are, you know, squarely within our wheelhouse about how Wyoming views the value and of large ranches. So really the devil we're trying to solve is in B and C, but we want to discourage what's going on with A. So I don't know. I think if we left the and in subpart A, change the word and to or in B, as Larry I think is suggesting, that so a large ranch could still advertise that if you buy this slice of heaven, you get landowner licenses. And as long as that large ranch is not either subdivided at the time of sale or
taken out of production, right?
Taken out of production in C, you know, if either of those events occur, they wouldn't get any more landowner licenses, and that solves the problem we're trying to solve. So the or works there, and I think we leave the and in A.
I agree with that.
What's a large ranch?
Respectfully, I disagree. What's good for the goose has to be good for the gander in this. If you're going to advertise that your land, whether it's 200 acres or 20,000 acres, is eligible for landowner licenses, we've got to be okay with it with either side. I would like the or. I'm going to lobby for the or on A as well. I don't feel that should be an upfront advertisable perk just because you have a kinglier sum in your bank account. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, but Adam, I'm gonna push back. I mean, what if you're a real family generational rancher, you know, and your family homesteaded Laramie Peak or pick wherever, and you want to sell it, you know, at some stage.
Then sell it as a family ranch. You don't have to sell it as a hunting preserve.
Well, but why would we prohibit someone from saying, oh, and by the way, you get landowner tax?
If the mentality is to keep the family ranch operational, what does landowner tags have to do with that? Like if you're a cattleman, you're a cattleman, right? I know that sounds very watered down, but again, if this is something we're implementing for the possibility of abuse of subdividing, we need to consider it as the possibility. I mean, I look at what happens down the face of the bighorns and the ownership folks who have the villages retirement community. They keep buying up very large sections of land, and very little actual agricultural production goes back into it. But by George, they can get their landowner licenses. So that's a very anecdotal, very regional example, but I think it very much applies to this. So,
but I think C would prohibit exactly what you're talking about in the future. You know, even if I buy it, the way I read C is even if I buy a large ranch and I just make it a wildlife preserve and, you know, build my starter castle in the middle, I don't know if I'd still qualify for livestock. I mean, a landowner license, unless I continue with the same kind of use. But I don't know.
So what if we did this? Just take out A and read it.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
take
so
out
sure
A,
we
that's
don't
fine.
solve the problem by taking A out, because regardless of whether you advertise or not, those two conditions are the conditions that we're trying to guard against or
B and
prohibit.
C, you mean?
Yeah. And if you take the advertisement part out of it, I mean, we heard, complaints, and we saw advertisements for property that was sold, hey, come buy this because you can get 2 elk licenses. But really, is that truly the problem, or is it B and C? And I just wonder if we couldn't take A out.
I was going to ask that question too, Brian. And the reason I was going to ask it is because what we're going to get to is realtors are going to advertise this as they're still going to find a way to say that it has come with licenses. They're not going to say it does come with licenses. They're going to say we're advertising it as it has had landowner licenses in the past, and so they're going to,
Which actually, Rusty, I'm fine with, because that then puts that burden of proof, which was what we're trying to do, back on the landowner.
yeah,
Like let them advertise that it has in the past.
yeah.
But
And so I think I don't have an issue with stripping out A, because I think really what's going to happen is, that's going to do away with probably issues for the game and fish. I mean, that A, I think publicly advertised, I think it's just going to probably end up having issues because it says for sale as qualifying. Well, that doesn't mean qualifying forever. That just means it's qualifying, which is not unnecessarily untrue. So anyway, I'm okay with stripping out A. Adam, you okay with stripping out A?
in a perfect world, and I'm wearing the crown, I would not allow them to advertise that it comes with licenses in the first place, or had. Like, that would be something I would go to the real estate commission with and discuss with them about making that a regulation rather than the game and fish. But yeah, for what it solves, stripping out A makes sense.
Okay.
The other scenario that could happen here is that you could have a family buy a ranch, really having no knowledge at all of, even if they would ever, not even knowing what a landowner license was. 5 years down the road, they say, oh, this is cool, we want to hunt now. And you have a game warden that has to say, well, when your ranch was advertised, it was advertised as having licenses, and therefore you don't qualify. And I think stripping out A would solve that problem.
Mr. Chairman, I totally agree with that. I think we should take out A.
Mr. Chairman, I'm good with stripping out A. I just I think we put A in there because it's what greatly troubles us that this abuse is going on. And I personally, when I wrote this, wanted to poke a finger in the eye of those real estate agents that are doing this horse shit. But I think the change we need to address to solve the problem we're experiencing and discourage people from breaking large amounts of wildlife habitat is solved by B and C, so strip A. But I say that I don't want to go to public comment for another 15 months and listen. I mean, we need to act on this today.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for those words. So that we can maybe do it all at once, then would the recommendation be to put an or instead of an and on B? So right now there would be a recommendation of stripping A and changing the and to or on B. Is that and you're right, Pat, we've gone out to public comment a million times now on this, and so we don't have time to do that. I just want to find out if the committee or if our task force is okay with stripping A and adding or instead of and onto B at the end of B. Is there anybody opposed to that?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you, Dwayne.
Is
there a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Do that thing you do in the legislature, you would say something about and consecutively renumber and conform. So we need to change B to A and A to B.
Oh, all right. We'll do all of that. And the second, I believe, was Pat. You seconded it, and we'll change B to A. And what that I'm not in the legislature, and so I will just say we're going to make B A and B C B C B anyway. Goodness. Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks for confusing me. But anybody opposed to that? And let's just have some discussion if there isn't.
So just for summary, Mr. Chairman, strike A, renumber, reorder, and remove the and after what will be the new A and change that to or.
Very good, Joe. Thank you so much. Okay, let's have some discussion. Or not. Okay, I guess anybody opposed to this? Okay, so if nobody's opposed to it, we're gonna just we'll move this. This is a unanimous decision to change that, and we'll move on now to number 3.
Hey, Rusty, we just need to real quick, I need to capture who's not here to make sure the letter accurately reflects the number that are absent. What I'm tracking as far as people that are absent right now is just Albert and Elisa. Am I right?
That's correct.
Okay, so it'll be, the letter will read 2 members absent. Everybody else was a yes.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so number 3 has to do with immediate family and the 20% of the landowners. This has to do with the 20% of landowner licenses in any one area going to landowner licenses, I guess. The land, any limited quota area that no more than 20% are going to that, and gives the am I wrong with that? And that it gives the commission the authority that if they're over objective, let's see, I think is 3 and 4 kind of go together, don't they? Oh, no, never mind. No, it gives the department the authority that if it's over objective and they want to issue those licenses, they can do that. That they don't then come off the quota. So any changes or any comments on that? And I think that it's really I think it's really good that, you know, the language is in here. We set at 20%. We had some discussion on this, a lot of discussion on this, and certainly the department's going to hear more discussion on this, whether that 20% is correct. I mean, I've gone through these numbers on 20%, and it captures almost all of the areas, even gives a little bit of flexibility in most, if not all of the resident areas, or at least the resident limited quota areas. What it does change is that there will be some significant changes in some of the non-resident quota areas that are upwards of 80, 70, 80% of those licenses are going to landowners, that they will then be entered into a draw. So anyway, any further discussion on this? Anybody have any issues with the language as it's written? I think this is a really big step in a direction that's going to really, as some of these areas get chopped up and still qualify for landowner licenses, it's going to I think this is going to make a difference. And I also think it's going to make a difference if the department decides to just issue those over quota, over objective areas. It's going to put a lot of licenses back into the limited quota drawing. So it is going to make a difference, probably a bigger difference than we think.
Mr. Chairman, this is Joe. I mean, I appreciate that and actually agree. This is a pretty substantial step in sort of rectifying both the incentive for folks to chop up their land and sell it for landowner tags, but also to recognize some of the inequities we've seen in certain units with it. So I actually like it. I'm actually very pleased that we set 20% as the threshold. I guess, you know, the only piece and more for my curiosity, because we'll let the department and the commission kind of muddle through how that would be implemented. But Brian, any concern or worries at all about running an alternative drawing system for landowners? Is that a big lift for you as a department, or are you feeling okay about being able to do that?
No, we're able to do that. And in fact, I mean, we haven't had to do it for quite some time, but we already had in place the provision that if you had more landowner applicants than there are limited quota licenses, so essentially a 100% limit, that we would conduct a competitive drawing of the landowner applicants. So the process is already there. It is an additional lift, but we can do it.
Good. Okay. Yeah, I'm
Brian,
sure.
yeah, thanks. Thanks for that, Joe. So the one question I had, this is really, you know, the type 1 licenses. My question is, if there's a cow, calf, doe, fawn license available in an area, and the type 1 licenses, landowners, there's going to be a portion of landowners that don't receive a type 1 license. Did they have an option then to receive say a cow, calf, doe, fawn license instead of a type 1 license before? I mean, I guess I'm not sure how that works. I don't get a landowner license. So do they have that option if they don't draw?
Yeah, so the only decision we'd have to make there is if, because it's two separate drawings basically, or two separate issues between a full price and a reduced price license. So if we would have to look at whether we can create this. I assume we could, that if a landowner was to apply for a type 1 landowner license, and because of the 20% threshold, they were not issued a license, that they could have a second choice, which would be a type 4 antlerless. We'd have to look at whether we could do that. I believe we could, but then they can also, completely separate from that, apply for a landowner reduced price license.
Okay.
They could actually end up with 2 licenses.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we're not going to get into a situation where a landowner says, well, not only did I not get my type 1 license, that I can't even kill a cow or a doe this year because I didn't get a license. I just don't want to have that happen when, they're obviously going to have the best chance to do that population reduction since they're the landowner. So I just want to make sure that we have a system in place to be able to do that. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I think the way Idaho does that, they have a second choice on their application in a drawing for landowner licenses. So they can apply for a second choice as a cow.
Okay. Any other conversation on this one? If not, then we'll just assume that one is unanimous consent on moving forward with number 3, and we'll move to number 4. If there's no opposition, then we'll do that. Number 4 then is conditions of eligibility. I think everybody has this in front of them. Us just making sure that we're putting this a lot on the landowner, and that we're making sure that they're meeting all requirements at least every 5 years. Think what we're and it's also laid out a little bit in number 5, but that we're just making sure that the department isn't, because they've qualified once, they qualify for the rest of their life, and that there is some requalification going on with these landowner licenses. So any comments on 4?
Do that.
Okay. And how about 5?
Investing with the local game warden, in area 7 here in our area. This is something I think that a lot of and I'm sure probably the majority of the game wardens do, because it's really important to make contact and to have a positive relationship with a lot of these landowners that allow hunting, and even the ones that don't, to try to encourage them to allow that, and to, I guess, to make sure that they understand that it's a reward for them. But in visiting with our game warden, he felt like this was fine, because that's sort of what they already do anyway. So I think it's not going to be a big lift for most of these people that are out in the field that do this. So hopefully that's the case.
I don't think this language, Brian, you can help me. I don't think this language significantly changes what our or Game and Fish's staff is doing. I think this maybe just helps them a little bit.
I would agree, Rusty.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think if the warden in area 7 says it's not a problem, it shouldn't be a problem anywhere in the state.
Okay.
It's just it's only a problem with the ones that don't allow anything, Dwayne. But other than that, they do a good job in this area to try to visit with these landowners and check them out. So hopefully that'll continue.
Great. Okay, so 4 and 5 is, if there's not any issues with 4 and 5, we'll move this language forward with unanimous consent, other than the 2 that aren't here. And with our changes to number 2, it really being the only thing that we did.
Yeah, so we'll take this letter, we'll make those modifications, and we'll send it to the commission on your behalf, yours and Josh's behalf.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so
Mr. Chairman, can I
Go
just
ahead.
want to say thank to the department and Pat and all those folks that worked on this. I know this has been a long time coming, but I feel really good about the recommendation of the way it's being presented. So I know it took a lot of time and got frustrating at times as we rehashed things, but I really appreciate it. I appreciate those folks that were intimately involved with it.
thanks for that, Joe. Appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, this is Pat. I'd echo Joe's comments and thank everyone. I mean, this was a long, tortuous process, but I think it's a really important issue that we needed to wade into and reach some conclusion. I hope the commission and the department follow our recommendations, but this is an important issue.
I agree. And I think this is one thing that will, we've continually had by some sportsmen, just continually gotten grief for not doing anything or not enough. This one probably does more than they even think. And in the future. And the reason I say that is if and when it happens to be that we have more limited quoted deer licenses, you have to, this is going to make a big difference in the future. Just because that 20% threshold is going to be a bigger deal than they think. There has been areas in the past that have had 100% landowner licenses, and that, if this is accepted by the department, it wouldn't happen anymore, and that there would actually always be limited quota licenses in every area for people to draw. So, if this one does have some implications that are going to be really good, I think. So thanks for everybody for laboring through this. let's see here. Let's move on then to, let's see. You want to take a break quick, or let's just power through it. Let's go through, as I don't think the technology issue is gonna, well, I say that, you never know. Let's move on to the technology issue, and talk about that. And this was an interesting one because lo and behold, doesn't matter if we, when you talk about something in a meeting and Pat says there's bullets whizzing over my head, that's what makes the paper. So thanks for that, Pat. And so, I know Josh got calls and so did I about, do we want to make comments on what was happening in our task force, and are we going to keep people from shooting long range and all those kind of things? That really wasn't that might have been some of the conversation, but really what we talked about was we'll have a hard time regulating people's morals, and that wasn't the intent of the task force. And really, we just wanted to make sure that we gave the department, had the conversation and gave the department some guidance on some of the things, the technology changes that happen very quickly. And that conversation actually had a lot of, I think it had a lot of merit, but I don't think that, you guys have the changes in this that we have here. And those changes are I think not huge, but give enough flexibility for the department to be able to do things as needed. So if everybody has that, I think it starts on, it's one of the pages that has the statute 23-1-302. That's what we're talking about. And so I would entertain a discussion on that now.
Yeah, Rusty, I'll jump in here quick. And so this was drafted by our regulation law enforcement supervisor guru, Mike Choma, who has extensive experience. He wrote the last regulation that came from a statutory change. So anyway, my point is this is something that we put together that takes the existing statute that does have some pretty specific definition or specific types of technology identified, where it's giving the commission authority to regulate, and it makes it more broad. There's advantages and there's disadvantages to that. You look down at what our suggested draft language is, and the commission having to identify what may affect fair chase principles or wildlife management purposes related to hunting, fishing, or trapping activities is certainly, there's some subjectivity there. But I think that the reason I think this is worthy of discussion and presenting to the legislature is every time we turn around, there's something new. And when we initially talked with the legislature about this, it was probably 5 or 6 years ago when this statute was changed to include the A, B, and C there: thermal, infrared imaging, real-time video photography, and then wildlife geographic locations. We kind of fed that to them because those are the examples we provided to them where new technologies were being potentially abused. And so, they just adopted essentially the examples that we provided them. And I think that's probably why it's in there. And then certainly there are some too that do not want to provide too much authority to the commission to regulate. And so there's that part of the discussion as well. But anyway, I just thought I'd provide a little background of how we got from existing to recommended draft language. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Brian, for that. So I was going to ask you that same thing and I had underlined may affect fair chase. And since there's multiple definitions across the planet of fair chase, that there is some subjectivity, but I think it's broad enough. We don't have, Wyoming Game and Fish doesn't have, I don't think, a definition of fair chase. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And I think that's okay. Because that's a very, very hard thing to define. and it's defined differently by different organizations. So I guess I'm interested to hear what the rest of the committee has to say on this. I know I certainly garnered some feedback about the conversation we had on the crossbow technology and how fast that's changing. But that's probably something that the department's going to have a conversation on in the future. And not necessarily that the technology, but that technology is allowing the earlier hunting season. So go ahead, Pete.
I just want to say, as a commissioner, it would be nice to have some flexibility, because as you mentioned, that technology is changing extremely fast, yearly, annually, monthly. And giving the commission and the department some latitude would be great, rather than having to come back to the legislature with a specific type of advancement every time. It would be helpful. So if there was some type of happy medium, that would be great. I realize that the legislature doesn't want to give carte blanche to the commission, but some consideration as being able to handle some of these things. Because once again, it's not something the commission would do like overnight. There would be public input. It's nothing changes that quickly, but it would give them ability to do so in a more timely fashion.
Appreciate that, Pete. Does this have enough flexibility in it, Brian, then you think?
Yeah, this is very broad. I mean, and I think there are, I know that there are some legislators that would probably feel this is too broad. But I think it provides a lot of flexibility, and I'm not, I think there's going to be some challenge with having to debate through what technology is related to fair chase and what's not. I still think that somebody's got to have the debate. And I think that the commission is best suited to do that. And the commission does have a lot of public involvement. We have 6 meetings a year, and public at every one of them. And I can tell you, when the commission has tackled, you brought up an example. So the commission tackled this whole issue with crossbows. 7 years ago. Were you on the commission when we did that? So it was within 6. And our recommendation was to not allow crossbow. The department's recommendation was to not allow crossbows during the special archery season, to only allow them during rifle season. And the commission heard overwhelming public testimony against that, and they didn't go down that road. They had that debate about what was ethical and what's not, or what's right or wrong with regards to special archery seasons. And I think they handled that well, based on all the information they had to consider in the public testimony. So I'm not afraid of the commission having too much discretion here, but I do think there will be some challenges.
Sounds good. Appreciate that. Okay, so we'll go to, just because it's top on we'll go to Joe and then Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually gonna take my hand down. I thought there are aspects that I grapple with here, and there's some generational things. And one of the things I hope that in the future that the commission is represented by a wide breadth of generational perspectives. Because I think we need to be able to debate it from those angles, as the world our children grow up in is very different than the ones our parents and grandparents grew up in. And so the definition of technology and fair chase is going to change, I think. I do support the commission grappling with it, and I think that's probably the right place for it. I have some beefs with current rules or legislation regarding some technologies, but it's worth having the debate there. I think the one piece that I would suggest is really trying to differentiate what I think was one of the primary motivators of this legislation at the time. And it was really this issue of commercialization of our wildlife, and the selling of GPS unit, and information about specific deer. This talks about fair chase, and I don't know that it really includes any reference to the commercialization of wildlife. And so I don't know if that's just kind of off the table, but from what I recall, Brian, that was sort of one of the big drivers on some of the GPS sale and the cellular trail camera debate when the law was passed.
Yeah, Joe, so I know you just got this today, but the very first sentence specifically highlights selling of wildlife geographic locations.
I see it. Good. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would echo some of what Brian is saying. Is this is a debate that needs to happen. It can't be defined, on paper in a few sentences. And if anyone is worried about the commission just marching lockstep, they haven't attended very many commission meetings. You've got a group of individuals there that are, many of them can be very opinionated, which is a good thing. And that's what we need. We need this discussion to happen. And they get a lot of input from the public. They get a lot of input from the department. So it's not just, they're going to walk out and make the rule and bam, that's what we deal with. But it's darn sure a conversation that has to be had. And it might be an evolving conversation of what fair chase is. But I'm comfortable with the language as it's written. We tried that years ago when we did get the first language put in. We kind of headed towards allowing the commission to determine what was fair chase and what wasn't, and we weren't allowed to, and that's what we wound up with the language we have now. Oh, I see Albert needs to be let in as a panelist, by the way.
Okay, thanks for that, Lee and Joe. Tony, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess a comment, having taught hunter safety for 30 years, I think a place to really concentrate or try to promote, exactly what we want to try to cover in fair chase is with those young hunters, because quite frankly, when us old people grew up with our fathers and grandfathers, fair chase was very important. We learned, not to shoot long and not to do this and do that. But with a lot of the hunters now, it's just about, getting the game no matter what, or regardless of anything. So I agree with the information or the way it's written. I think it's good to give the commission latitude, but maybe just a place to really emphasize what fair chase means is in the hunter education, because these kids, they're not getting it from their parents anymore, or a lot of them aren't. Some still do, but I know that has changed over the years a lot. So I think an area of focus or an area of concern would be to add on a little bit to this in the hunter safety program for these young kids.
Anyone else on this topic? Did Albert get let in?
Yeah, he's in.
There he is. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, we can
welcome.
hear you.
So just a quick comment, obviously I support this. I brought it up. I'm feeding off of Larry's microphone probably too. So, but I think we need to do something, and I think Larry's nodding his head a little bit, so maybe we can.
Okay. If anybody's looking at that, any changes? Brian went through this with us. I think it'll be interesting conversation with a new legislature. So that'll be but I think it's very important. So there's, go ahead, Larry. Sorry. Okay.
Got your microphone on. Yeah, so I just want to make sure. So is this something that we want to try to, obviously there's no TRW committees right now. So the only way to get this would be to have individual sponsors bring this at this session of the legislature. I don't have any problem with the language. I mean, it's a paragraph now. It's just got to be put in statutory construct. But I think the concept is, it makes all the sense in the world to me to do that. And it's just because of the evolution. I don't know that it's going to be that hard to get passed, but I just want to make sure, are we going to make a recommendation to try to get it into that session this year? And if we are, we need to go out and find those individual sponsors to be able to do that. So that would have to be included in any recommendation, Rusty, as to how we wanted to proceed. The other methodology would be to kick it over and ask this to be an interim topic, which I don't think it merits that level of study to the TRW committee, but those are really the two options that the task force IC has, is make a recommendation to move this legislation forward, try to find some co-sponsors on this for this session. Or the other alternative would be to make a recommendation that this goes on the list of study topics for TRW next year. So just a little direction from the committee on how they would like to proceed on that.
So thanks for that, Larry. I think my recommendation, if we can find some sponsors, I would love to bring this year. And if for some reason this doesn't make it through, then I would ask, as being the Wildlife Task Force co-chairs and the department, to just have this then put on an agenda at some point as a task force agenda item on the TRW committee at some point next year, to try to get it as a committee bill, during a budget session the following year. But I think if I would love to have your recommendation. I'd love to have you bring this if you could, but we probably need a house sponsor too. And I'm open to suggestions on that. Whatever you guys think is the best best person to try to get this through.
I would throw that over to our House members on the committee on that issue. Can't speak for them. I would certainly co-sponsor it.
Okay.
So would I.
Okay.
Yeah, I can find if you guys, I mean, I'm fine if the legislators here want to try to find them, but if it's the desire of the task force, I'll go find a primary sponsor on whichever side your judgment tells you is best to start this. I don't know.
Can we talk next week?
Yeah, we probably should. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is, if we could start with that, we could get this to LSO. If there's no objection, I guess first, make sure that there's no objection to moving this forward through the committee or through our task force to be an individual sponsored bill. And then if it doesn't go anywhere this year, then we ask that we at some point next year in TRW to add it as a task force item. It wouldn't take I don't think it would take very much time in one of their agendas throughout the year to put this on to potentially make a committee bill out of it if it doesn't go anywhere. Like I said, I think that I mean, there may be some questions and some very good dialogue on this during the legislature, but I don't think it's a hugely controversial bill. And so I would if there's no objection to that and the draft language here, then we'll leave it up to you guys on who else to put on there as co-sponsors. But at this point, we'll just leave in the motion that Senator Hicks and Representative Summers would move that forward however you deem fit.
So Rusty, I think we should vote though, because there's a lot of weight that comes with, this was a recommendation of the Wyoming Wildlife Task Force.
I totally agree. Okay, so anybody, I'll just start. All in favor, say aye for moving this forward.
Aye.
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 Are there any nays? Okay, so unanimous, and I think the only one now I'm missing is Elisa.
Okay. So I want to capture this in the notes. Good. So if you guys are good, I'm going to say that Rusty moved it and Nesvik seconded it. We need to have that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take this and get it submitted to LSO next week, and they can start working on the bill draft.
Okay, so since this is a Zoom meeting, do we need to take a quick break? or do we want to continue to move forward? And I guess I'm open to that. I don't know. Zoom meetings, it seems like people shut their cameras off and you're probably taking breaks most of the day. But I'm open to just
Right.
continuing. Go ahead.
Our note taker here needs one, so.
Okay, let's take a 15-minute break and let's resume the meeting, and then we'll get everybody that's out there queued up for public comment. And that's next on our agenda, actually. And I know that we'll just take public comment however it comes, whatever it's on, and we'll see how that goes. And so we can have them start queuing up for public comment when we come back at 10:00. Let's just do 10:05. Okay, thank you.
Can you mute us?
The green door.
Muted.
Put a green garage door on my new. pole.
Great, thanks everyone for welcome back, right on time. So one thing I think I saw in the question answer, and Amanda answered, and I tried to answer also, but I don't think that the information that we had emailed out to us today was public. They didn't have that to follow along, so that might have been a little bit difficult to follow along with some of the changes, some of the language we were talking about. So I apologize to the folks out there watching. They were probably extremely confused. I know that our license, our landowner license issues we put out for public comment one, maybe two times and a while back. And so that I know some of that information is on our website, but it's in previous meeting materials. So apologize for that. Okay, so Amanda, is there anybody that has public comment, or any of the attendees that want to make public comment?
Not yet.
Okay. So if you would like to make public comment, we'll just take a few minutes now if you want. And I realize that.
I've got his hand up.
Okay, so if you want to go ahead and let whoever wants to make public comment, we'll let them in and make public comment.
Wyatt should be able to go.
All right, you got me?
Yep.
Got you, Wyatt. Thank you.
Perfect. Just a couple things real quick. There's been some discussion on that mount. Is it a mountain or is it a molehill? I guess my comment to that would be if there's recognized abuse and it's a quick and easy fix, like with the disabled veterans thing, making those changes would not affect a single person that's actually playing by the rules. So if it's an easy fix and you can do something to prevent that abuse, even if it is a few individuals, why not make those corrections? The other thing, in terms of the landowner tags, there was a lot of rationale for reasons to raise the 160 acre requirement for landowner tags. The only reasons I really heard in any of our open forum stuff was for leaving it alone was emotional appeals from landowners that they didn't want you to take their tags. I'm kind of curious why you all decided to abandon that proposal, given the information we saw in terms of the amount of tags those small parcels take and the potential for abuse versus what those small parcels actually contribute for habitat. So, thank you.
Thanks for that, Wyatt. I appreciate that. I don't necessarily have an answer for you. Other than I know that a lot of that conversation around small acreage was that, you know, some of those are our irrigated acreages, and you know they do add value, and that really it's geared around whether you have those day use unit, those animal day uses than what the acreage is. So thanks for that. And Wyatt, again, I want to thank you. You probably are most attended attendee. Your attendance has been, I think, 100% and given us very good, thoughtful feedback every time. And so thank you for that. Appreciate it. Is there somebody else that has their hand up, or is it still just one?
It's all we see on this end, Rusty, is
Okay. Well, if there are, I do want to make sure we take, and we'll take public comment again later. And I know that there's folks out there that are probably saying, hey, why haven't you talked about this? Or why haven't you talked about this? Or want to put some things on the table for future talks. I want to put that out there to the folks that are watching and have attended a lot, that continue to do that. And so I guess you can put that comment in later if you'd like. We'll move on then to, we're going to move on to look at, and we'll review. This is the stuff that's now on the at 12:30 on the agenda. So we're moving through this fairly quickly. Special license fee increase. And I don't know if everybody had a chance to go through all of those comments. I did. There's some, I will just, I think you can put in public comment without using the F word. I'll just say that. It sometimes when I see that, I just don't even read the comment anymore. So, civility is a big thing in anything. And we have to learn that a little bit more. Some of the folks that are putting in those comments, it's not appreciated. You can do comments without that kind of stuff. But anyway, there was significant comment. So I'll just open it up to the task force to talk about your thoughts on that license fee increase. You want me to start? So, it seemed like there was a lot of comment opposed to that. My question on that is, as a business owner, as a somebody that understands, I think I have a fairly good understanding of the value of the animals that we have in Wyoming. Maybe it was too much, maybe not, I don't know, but that wasn't really put out there like that. It was put out there as this is this license fee increase. If I have something that is worth a lot of money or worth X, and I have only so many of them, and there's 5 times as many people that want it, it makes sense to raise that license fee. That's just my thought. And I just don't know, where that disconnect is on, or if there's a lack of understanding on what we were talking about. So I'll just open it up. Let's go ahead. Adam, why don't you go first, and then we'll go to Lee and then Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. One of the questions I think we need to answer regarding this specifically is the why. Is this a revenue means? Is this a cultural change? If it's one, it's going to definitely be another. A lot of the public comments made sense to me. I mean, vulgarities notwithstanding, they made sense. By doing this, we are absolutely looking at the vast majority of John and Jane Q public, especially given current economic times across this country, and going, sorry, Wyoming's not for you to come and enjoy, at least in terms of potentially having an elk or a deer or antelope license, especially if we really get into the nuts and bolts of this allocation designation and putting a lot of these non-resident permits into the special draw. So as it sits from a principal standpoint, I'm not against raising the price. I do agree with you. There's a supply and demand issue here, and that's free market economics. But I also think we need to really ask ourselves, what do we want to do culturally in this state? Do we want to turn this into he who has the exorbitant bank account can apply, and he who doesn't, tough luck, or work better, or there's a lot there from a cultural standpoint that goes against what I believe hunting culture in this country was originally based upon and founded on. So that's my 2 cents at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Just real quick before we go to Lee. So Adam, we did talk about this, and I think one of the things to note is that Game and Fish is not asking for this license fee increase. It's really came from the task force as a supply and demand issue, and that there are going to be costs in the future for Game and Fish, especially when we talk about wildlife crossings and different things to keep those numbers up. That will cost more in the future. But this wasn't something that was asked for by Game and Fish. That we had that conversation in September, but I don't know. I don't know that helps. I think your all your comments have merit, and I agree with you on the at least the concept of those comments, that a lot of them made sense. But I don't know that we know the answer to all of your questions. So go
yeah,
ahead.
and I don't know that my questions, again, I know I missed the initial conversation on this. I was chasing elk with my oldest in the Beartooths with stick and string, so it was a good time. But there is a future payment that we need to consider, and some of that is measured in dollars and cents, and then some of it is measured in cultural sacrifices too, by going down this. So I think we need to tread very carefully with this as this conversation develops, because some of those, again, are very measurable, i.e. the cost of managing our assets in this state, and some of them might be immeasurable in terms of we may be entirely pricing out a generation of hunters that comes to this state. So.
Okay, thanks, Adam. So next we'll go to, I think we said, Lee, you gonna go next?
Lee, you're muted.
It's better if I unmute. You probably don't want to hear me, but I'll do it anyway. The question of this being a rich man's sport and pricing folks out, it's an age-old question. We've been dealing with it with license prices for, ever since we started selling licenses. And what is too much, what is too little? One thing, a lot of folks out there, we understand it, but a lot of folks out there don't understand, is any of these licenses that are not picked up in the special draw will drop back down into the regular price draw. We're not changing the price of the license itself, just the special application fee. So there is, for those folks that have been willing to pay $700 for the regular price elk license, those are still available, and there could be more if folks choose not to pay the special price. And I know it's a kind of a philosophical thing of when you start pricing wildlife, but it's also a resource that's a renewable resource. And Wyoming's made a habit of sharing its renewable resources and exporting them to the benefit of the folks in the state. And when we can, if you have $30 a barrel oil or $100 a barrel oil, why would you sell it for 30? Is one of my positions.
Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I kind of echo Adam's perspective on this one. There's two real drivers that I think would necessitate looking at changes to license fee. One is certainly market alignment, looking at if we feel that the demand is there and what we supply is substantially underpriced compared to similar areas in the market, in our case, Western states, then we probably need to raise our prices to come into alignment. I know Senator Hicks did that analysis at one point in time. I don't know if it was that analysis that led to these numbers and what's proposed, but that would be helpful for me to understand, as if we're really just trying to bring this in line with the market. The other reason is for significant, policy or strategic policy perspectives. We do that to help us accomplish another goal. As I understand it, the information that went out for public comment is actually recommending moving it to 50% in the special and 50% in the regular, even though this looks like it preserves it at the 60-40. So taking more licenses into the special, increasing the license cost to non-residents will generate additional revenue. Honestly, where I thought we started this conversation at was looking at generating additional revenue in the event that we shifted a larger portion of limited entry licenses to residents. And this would be a means to make up any lost revenue to the department. Well, as you know, and I'll share my frustration, likely bring this up later, we didn't do any of that. We didn't shift deer, elk, and antelope proportions and any quotas and ratios. And so then I got to go back to the question. So what's the additional revenue for? Have we clearly studied that? And it would be really helpful for you to know that that these are really changes in licensings to bring us within alignment with the market and what other Western states are doing. Or there's a policy purpose we're doing this for. And I guess I'm a little bit murky knowing that we didn't lose revenue because we didn't shift quotas. So what are we doing this for? And I guess that's, until I understand that, I guess I have some concern or question about these changes.
Thanks, Joe, for that. So from my understanding, it was more to bring it into line. I don't know of any underlying policy change. The only decrease in dollars I think that our task force did that brought something forward with a decrease was the 90-10 on the big five, which we saw that was a few $100,000. And so this would certainly make up for that, but that was not the intent of this. That the intent of this, my understanding, and Larry is next on the list here to talk or sign Larry. They can talk a little bit more about that, but thank you for that. So go ahead. We'll go Cy, then we'll go Larry.
I'll make sure I'm unmuted. I want to push back a little bit on what Adam said, because if you really feel that we're pricing individuals out or limiting their opportunity to hunt in Wyoming, then we should have non-residents and residents on an equal basis in the draw. And we should have non-residents and residents on an equal basis of what they pay for licenses. Wyoming doesn't do neither of those, and I've never heard Adam advocate for that. But if you really want to put it on an even footing, then you need to go down that road. So we do discriminate against non-residents. We discriminate against them by how many licenses we let them have, and we discriminate against them by what we charge them for license fees. And that's okay. It's been that way since the beginning of time, and that's our business to do that. It's also our business if we choose as a state to charge the most in the West for an elk license, then we have that right to do that. We don't have to set our license fees based upon what Colorado does, based upon what New Mexico does. We don't have to do any of those things. And we've made a decision as a state for over 25 years to issue non-resident licenses via a special license and via a regular license. It's really, you can't make the argument that we have priced out the common man to hunt in Wyoming when he has the opportunity at 60% of the tags for a significantly lower price. So I think I'll push back hard on what Adam said because it's not accurate.
Okay, Larry, go ahead. I'm going to let you go. And then after you speak, if you lower your hand so that I don't ask you again. Okay.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think this is a really good dialogue, and I did go through a lot of the public comments. I think there was some confusion with the 50-50. This bill doesn't do that. But so on the public policy issue, so you have to go back and understand what the original intent of the 60-40 split was. And this has been statutory for approximately 20 plus years. And there was a rationale behind it. And the policy decision that was made at that time is we're going to split this pool because, as we know on the task force and sit through an extensive amount of discussions, is what is the economic impact to Wyoming or Pinedale or Hewlett to have the opportunity to have a clientele come in and are willing to pay a little more for a license. We know historically that was driven with an idea to try to help support that higher sector return from the tourist industry, AKA using licenses or leasing private properties, staying in motels. And so that policy decision was made decades ago that we're going to try to provide some higher odds of drawing a license for a clientele that's going to invest more money back in to the state's economy. We've looked at the demographics of what a DIY guy spends versus somebody that uses an outfitter. It's substantial. We spent a lot of time on trying to address that issue. That was the policy issue that was decided several decades ago, is to split the license fee. The question is now, is those license fees accomplishing what the original policy purpose was? And the answer is absolutely not. In fact, in many cases, when I look at the differential, it's actually some cases it's easier to draw the lower price license than it is the high price license, because the ability and the willingness to pay. And so even the DIY guys, if they think they have a much higher odds of drawing, are going to apply for the higher license. So the policy decision that was made when we implemented this is no longer working. This is not the mechanism to get it. So I hope that addresses kind of, Joe's concerns on, and so why it's in place, what was the purpose, and what do we kind of accomplish from a policy issue. So the other thing I want to talk about a little bit about the parity issue, and much of the comments that we talked about, public comments revolved around the parity, and are we now marketing wildlife to the highest user? And you have to understand the nature of what we're doing here. As a non-resident, you do not have to apply for the high license. You don't. You can apply for the low price, 60% pool. It is a choice. This is not being forced upon anybody. What it does is say you have two alternatives and you get to choose. We're still going to have do-it-yourself guys apply for the higher price licenses because they have the option to choose. But we're also looking at a significant revenue increase because the market's driving us that way. Ultimately, what's the results of that? So consequently, by allowing a small percentage of the overall hunting pool, and I mean residents, non-resident, high price, low price, special license, whatever category you want to do, is we're using the economic value of those licenses and a small percentage of the overall hunting population saying, I'm willing to pay that price. Well, the byproduct of that is we're able to keep that other 60% of those license prices below what the market value is. We're also providing low-cost licenses for residents. And so it is an option. It is a choice. It has tangible policy implications to the overall economic well-being of rural Wyoming. It supports the industry, and it supports keeping those license prices cheap and below market value for those 60% and those other resident populations. And so I come back and look at this thing, it's market driven, it's voluntary, it meets the policy decisions that were made decades ago, and I'm going to support it. And that's the way I look at this thing. It's not a single one-on, one-off. It has multiple implications to what we're doing.
Thank you, Larry. Thanks for that historical perspective too. I appreciate that. So I'm going to go to Senator Driscoll, and then we'll go back to Adam. So go ahead, Ogden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Hicks. I think that was a great explanation. I got just a handful of things to add to it. First is our license sales are what support the game and fish, and you can call it whatever you want, but the reason we charge for licenses is we've got to pay for services. We've got to buy pickups and we've got to hire people. And as times go on, license fees increase and you find different ways to do it. And I think it's entirely in the realm to make it where residents have reasonable hunt costs on the backs of non-residents. That probably doesn't make me a favorite child of non-residents, but that's the way it works. I'd also point out that there is dozens of other states that are way worse than Wyoming. I can't apply for a sheep license in South Dakota. You can't apply for a lot of licenses at all in a lot of states. And I think Wyoming's been very benevolent in saying that we will allow non-residents to hunt here, and it's going to cost you a price to do so. And so from my end, I understand the North American model and I understand the commodity pricing end of the world, but we also have in the real world. I'm looking down at the folks at the Game and Fish office, and we've got an office to run and people to hire. And the truth is, non-resident sales do and will continue to drive a big part of that. And you'll find me being very supportive of finding creative ways that a part of the hunting population will pay a premium and help support our operations. So I'll be phenomenally supportive of it. The alternative is our resident license fees go up exponentially, and probably we lose services from the Game and Fish because the state just does not have the money to subsidize outside. We're very proud that the Game and Fish is self-funded in the state of Wyoming. Thank you.
Thanks, Ogden. Hey, so before I go to Adam again, I'm going to go to Dwayne. Dwayne wants to talk. So go ahead, Dwayne.
Okay, so I guess I'd like to dispel the notion that this is for wealthy non-resident hunters. I don't take revenue hunters anymore, but I had a lot of hunters that were not wealthy. They were middle to high middle income clients. They'd loved to come to Wyoming, but they couldn't draw a license. I'll guarantee you, I have some still apply. They've got 10 or 12 preference points, but they can't draw. They're running out of time. Most of my old clients have died. They died having quite a few preference points. If they are willing to pay that extra money just so they can come and hunt Wyoming one more time, then, man, I think this is an opportunity for some of those people. Now you look at, this is making this a rich man's sport. Well, what have we done with sheep? What's the difference between a resident sheep license and a non-resident sheep license? Are we making sheep for just the wealthy now? So I don't think you can have it both ways. So I just totally agree that if we have the people that will pay that extra money that will come to Wyoming and hunt, I think we should be able to do that. And I also think we don't know, for instance, what the going to bonus points from preference points, what that's going to do to revenue for the Game and Fish Department. I don't think anybody can really put a finger on that. Right now, we know it's a pretty dang good revenue source for the Game and Fish preference points. Is it going to be that way if it goes to a bonus point system? I don't know. So I think we need to think about those things. That's it.
Thank you, Dwayne. Hey, I'm just going to let you know, sorry about not getting to you. There's a little on your bottom bar of your thing that says raise hand. If you do that, I don't see you on my computer all of the time. So if you press that, it'll virtually raise your hand and I'll see it from now on.
Okay, where is it again?
It's on the bottom bar. It's right next to record and question and answer. And it says raise hand. It's got a little picture of a hand.
Oh, I got to record up on the upper corner of mine.
Well, anyway, if you find it,
okay,
great.
I'll try to find it.
Get a hold of me another way. I appreciate it. Thanks. So go ahead, Adam.
First off, I don't know that my comments were meant to incite like polarizing back and forth. It was more or less to highlight the notion that regardless, because in all honesty, I'm fine with whatever we decide to raise it to. I mean, the free market economics of this would justify, and much to what Dwayne just said, every sheep license, resident and non-resident alike, should be $20,000 if we're actually putting a true value on whatever resource we have. So fundamentally speaking, I'm not against raising the special price by whatever number we want to arbitrarily raise it by. What I was wanting to bring to light is, and everyone on this task force is aware of this, perception totally defeats reality a vast majority of the time. And even though we recognize the economics of this, even though the folks who will end up instituting this as law and or policy recognize the economics of this. We as a state and as a task force have to fully embrace the perception that John and Jane Q Public, who may not be as knee, hip, or neck deep into this as we are, understands that. That's purely what my initial comments were based on. And whether we agree with it or not, there will be some cultural implications to this, just as there are going to be with the Big Five going 90-10 to that, or whatever the future allocation of anything that comes across. I fully understand and am fully aware that there is a mass amount of non-resident hunters who are going to pay whatever we put out there, and they're going to cover every special license application availability that exists. So I don't know if my initial comments made that misleading, and I apologize if it did. That was not the intention with those initial comments. It was more or less to bring up that, perception, unfortunately, is also a reality we're going to have to deal with, regardless of what the mathematic economic reality presents itself. So, oh, and the last part on that, another thing that maybe ignited my comment initially was the potential allocation change on those specials. If we're going to do one, I don't think we need to do the other or as much, and vice versa. So whether that's a conversation we're having or not, there's a comment for it.
Appreciate that, Adam. Thank you. And actually, one of the discussions we had on the September meeting was actually lowering the other price, raising one and lowering the other one to make it even more affordable for somebody to put in for that. I think what the comment on that is it might change those drawing odds. It might not be worth it. So I don't think maybe your comment, I certainly didn't take your comments like that. And I think what it does is it sparks good conversation. So I appreciate that and thanks. Let's see, Larry, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, Adam, I really appreciate that, because I do think that we need to have this dialogue, because you're right. And I went through all those public comments, and a lot of those were directed at the reallocation to a 50-50. The bill doesn't do that. And so what we have is a bill that keeps the 60-40 and raises the special license fee. So, just for those folks that are out there that are listening, or as this moves forward, the 50-50 is not currently in the bill draft and has not been acted upon by any legislative committee. So in my mind, that's not moving forward as far as reallocating that differential split. So that was the only clarification. And I do think, Adam, it's good that you brought that up, because we will deal with those issues. I mean, clearly there was some discussion about this even within the legislative committee when they looked at that. So it's good to talk about it and open it up for public comment.
Hey, Rusty.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm raising my hand down here. So Pat Crank, a lot of great debate. I supported this and this idea because throughout the war, I don't want to pick open wounds, but throughout the War of the Grand Compromise and all the paths we've been down, it occurred to me that, the non-resident hunters coming to Wyoming is a significant economic driver for Wyoming, and it supports not only the outfitter industry, but the mom and pop hotels and the little restaurants and the gas stations. And so I think after all that debate, we all recognize that. And I think throughout that debate, I came to the conclusion that the outfitters as an industry and as a business model have very little certainty under the existing system. And as you know, I was totally opposed to an outfitter set-aside draw. But the thing that appealed to me about this was we can give that outfitting industry more certainty by increasing these license fees, and that benefits not only them, but the other industries in Pinedale and DuBois and Casper and Gillette. So there's a real, I totally support this on purely economic reasons. We're protecting a whole group of folks that make their living off non-residents coming here to hunt. And, and I also agree with what Ogden and Larry have said. It's a choice. They don't want to do it. They don't have to. But we're undervalued. This is an important economic issue for Wyoming. So I'm completely in support of increasing these high license fees or, special draw fees, because I think it makes sense and helps Wyoming as a whole.
Okay, thanks for that, Pat. And I do want to just like Larry said and Adam, that these are two different things. There's a license fee increase, and then there's a 50-50 split change from 40-60. And so two separate things. And right now we are just dealing with the license fee increase. So go ahead, Joe, you're next.
Mr. Chairman, actually, I think Representative Summers was before me.
Okay, Representative Summers, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
All right, thanks. So I'm for both. I'm for the license fee increase and the 50-50. And one of my primary reasons why is we've had all this discussion about access, and I don't want anybody.
Yeah, I'm in a Zoom meeting right now. Are you out?
State to think, well, we don't have enough money to do any access related issues. And I think with we do have,
one killed or more
access and the variety. If anybody thinks the number of people moving in the state.
Mr. Chairman, just a minute. I think Senator Driscoll may need to mute his computer. If you all are in the same room, sorry.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Somebody.
All right.
All right.
I'll check in with you. I'm glad
Hey,
you guys.
Cy,
I'll give you the details.
Cy, we're gonna need you to mute.
Go ahead. Okay, can you hear me now? Jamie says yes, so I'm gonna go for it again. Anybody, Larry, do you have your? I'm turned on. Okay.
Larry, you're not muted. There.
Okay, there we go. Thanks, Jamie. And Larry's sitting right across the table from me. So anyway, I am for the 50-50 and the license fee increase. And the reason I am is because the money generated will help not only with access, but with a variety of wildlife related issues around the state, whether it's crossings, whether it's habitat. If we don't think the number of people moving into this state and moving through this state isn't going to impact wildlife, and we're not going to need money to help with that resource, you're wrong. And so I support both of them. And the reason I do, I also support leaving that one level, the lower level. I support leaving that at a low rate, maybe even reducing. So there is access to the public that doesn't have money, but this is a resource, and we need to generate money, I think, for a variety of reasons. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Summers. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll clarify as well, probably from Adam's perspective. At the end of the day, what we charge a non-resident, especially on the special license, I guess I'm not going to choose that to be a hill to die on. It's what we're not doing and not recognizing maybe that I'm still struggling with here. To build off of Pat's comments, outfitted non-residents do have a significant economic impact to the state. But I want to remind the task force that the resident hunter actually has a greater economic impact than the do-it-yourself or non-outfitted non-resident hunter. So I think we need to be clear that there is an economic purpose to put more tags in a resident's hand if they are not going outfitted. If these license increases end up steering more non-residents to an outfitted area because they either have greater means or they're more likely to be the ones that apply in the special draw, I'm okay with doing that, and I'm okay with providing the outfitting industry some certainty there. And certainly to Representative Summers, if this additional revenue helps us deal with habitat issues, access issues, crossings and things like that, those are strong policy arguments from my perspective to charge more, especially if we think we're able to do that and still sell the licenses. So I support that. I would say my beef is more that we're shifting allocation, we're generating revenue, we're giving stability to an industry, and we're not having the conversation about the limited entry allocation quotas between residents and non-residents. And I would say that there's an economic argument of putting more of those tags in residents' hands, because a resident from over here that draws a tag on the western side of the state is just as likely to buy gas on their way through Rollins to stay at a hotel and to do those things as a do-it-yourself non-resident. And so I wanted to make sure that I got that on the record, but also willing to concede that, I don't have a big beef with raising the non-resident prices here, and really am sort of agnostic on the amounts with that. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate that, Joe. Thank you. So I don't see any other hands up. So I guess let's just, I would entertain a motion for this license fee increase. It sounds like there's some support. Go ahead, Larry, go ahead. You're muted.
Yeah, let's dispose of this, Mr. Chairman, and then I've got another issue that I want to bring before the task force related to license fees.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, hey, Rusty.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so I think we need to clear something up here. So the task force voted back in in September to pursue a bill to increase the non-resident special. And that resulted in the bill draft that was heard by TRW in late October.
Okay.
So that's been voted upon. The issue that we went out to public comment for, and I understand that some of the public comment deals a lot with license fees and not with what the issue was that we asked them about. But that was the 50-50 split that we received all the public comment on. And I think that's the issue left if anybody's interested. I know there's at least, I heard one anyway, in changing the split to 50-50. That's what's before the task force today.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. It's good, great conversation and got everybody up to speed. So real quick then, can we get an update from the TRW committee meeting in October? Because I wasn't there either.
Mr. Chairman, I will give you an update. As a matter of fact, that non-resident hunting license application fee bill did pass the committee with a 10-4 vote, thanks to Chairman Corsi and Commissioner Livingston both being there, along with Senator Hicks, who did all the heavy lifting on the bill. And I'm sure he's going to bring up his comments next, or his amendment that he proposed to the committee, which failed, which would look at, well, I'll let him tell you about that. But we did get into a big conversation about not just raising the license fees for these species, but every species. But as it stands, the only modifications to that bill draft was just the effective date. And I think there was an additional section in there that was removed, but it would just, the Game and Fish would promulgate rules, and then the effective date would be January 1st, 2024. Again, it passed with a 10-4 vote.
Wonderful. Thank you for that update. And I should have amended the agenda to change that, make that change. And I apologize for that. Now, that being said, great conversation. We got everybody up to speed on, and it sounded like the vote in the committee was probably real similar to what the vote would have been here. So, or was here. So Larry, I'm going to turn it to you to talk about your amendment, and then, and whatever, yeah, go ahead, Larry, it's you.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it occurred to me as I looked at the bill draft and then some of the work that the task force had done, we had never had any discussion when we did the Big Five and we changed that to 90-10. We know there was an economic impact of the department. I don't remember exactly what that was, but we lost revenue associated with that action. I think the testimony and the director can, it's something that they could absorb. But I come back to basically most of what Representative Summers just said. Costs are going to go up if we want wildlife crossings and we want to invest money back into habitat and research. It takes money, and so the amendment that I proposed was to raise the fees on those non-resident Big Five license fees. And I had provided this to the task force in the past with some of the discussions over the year, but all it did was bring it up to what the market value of those were based on the analysis that I had run, brought those license fees up to whatever the highest level with any of the 11 Western states were charging for those Big Five. Quite a discussion amongst the TRW committee. I think that there was support for doing that, but what the final decision was, and I'll turn this over to Lee and Josh and Cy if they want to weigh in. But what the ultimate decision of the legislative committee was, the TRW committee is they wanted a specific recommendation from the task force as to whether the task force, unanimously or supermajority would support this. It wasn't that they were receptive to doing it, but they said before incorporating it into the bill draft, they wanted a recommendation for the task force. And so basically what it would have done was just bring up the non-resident license fee to whatever that market value is based on the highest two Western states for the Big Five. And so I did supply that market analysis. I can give you pretty close to what the license fees were. I believe it was up to $3,500 for bighorn sheep. Moose and goat would go to $2,750. Bison would go to $6,500. And because there is no Western state that has a price on grizzly bear, it was $7,500 for a grizzly bear if and when we're ever able to hunt those. But those were the amendment that I proposed to the TRW committee. They want a recommendation of a thumbs up or a thumbs down from the task force.
Thank you, Barry, for that. I appreciate that. Lee or Josh, you guys want to weigh in on that? And does anybody want to recommend we make that motion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, yeah, Larry's right there. The sentiment from the committee was they want a recommendation to come from the task force before they took any action on it. They've relied heavily upon the task force recommendations, and that was what I felt was the main driver behind not adding this as an amendment at the time. And I do believe if we are going to move forward with it and we make a recommendation, then we're, time's limited. It goes out for public comment and we have to make a decision next month. But with that, I would make a motion that we forward this as a recommendation and to receive public comment.
Okay, so Josh is next, but we do have a motion then on the floor. Does anybody want to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay, so Dwayne will second. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, Rusty, and I think Lee and Larry covered that very eloquently. I think that's exactly how I took that to be. The only thing that I think that maybe needs to be covered is what I have in notes from that testimony was that the figure on sheep was 3,000, and I think Senator Hicks just mentioned 3,500. The other two, moose and goat, were both presented as 2,750. Bison is 6,000 and grizzly bear at 7,500. And I think that's what Senator Ellis was really trying to get to, was that we pinned down those numbers as a task force to move that forward and to remove that speculation of these increases without some definitive subjective matter of price points that were identified, discussed, and carried forward with some great dialogue with this task force. Because I do, as Lee and Larry both think that the credibility of this task force carries great weight with many of the members of this committee.
Great. Thank you for that. I noted then on those numbers.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so I didn't, like I said, I appreciate Joss had the actual numbers. I didn't bring that with me today. So I guess that would be the amended motion to those prices, because that was what was presented to the TRW committee.
Thank you. So say that again, Larry, the numbers were taken to the committee, these exact ones that Josh said, right? And
I think I misspoke when I said 3,500 for sheep and 65 for bison. Those, and I think just to be consistent with what the discussion was, is TRW would be use those prices that Josh had recorded.
Okay. And so that, and just to clarify then, just want to reiterate it. And because Lee made a motion and Dwayne made a second on this recommendation, and it would have been for sheep, 3,000, for moose and goat, 2,750, for bison, 6,000, and for grizzly bear, 7,500. Just want to make sure that they're okay with that number. And I guess if Lee and Dwayne are okay with that, we'll leave that motion on the table with those numbers.
Mr. Chairman, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay, sounds good. And then I open it up for just more discussion on that. And then the next question I have is if we move forward with this, would we just bring this as an amendment to that committee bill during the session?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It would have to come in the form of an amendment before TRW committee once it's assigned. And I believe as it stands right now, this will, I think both the bills that were sent by this task force to TRW will, I think they will originate in the Senate.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. So I would entertain, since it's a motion on there, I would entertain a motion. Now, I realize, and I just had a question from somebody that's actually an attendee. They asked if we're going to put this out for public comment, and this would be on the Big Five. And I don't know that, I don't really know that we have time to put this out for public comment and all of that stuff before our last meeting is a wrap up in December. And so this was already posed as an amendment to a bill that's there. The license fee increase is already and this is just for the special license fee. That is already an active bill. It's passed the committee. It's a committee bill. This would be amendment to that bill that would include the license fee increase for non-resident Big Five species, which is sheep, moose, goat, grizzly bear, and bison. So I just want to make sure everybody out there is clear on that, and that there isn't going to be any public comment on this going forward. So go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would just note they will have ample opportunity to provide comment as this goes through the legislative process. So if they're interested, they'll have a lot of opportunity.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. And so I guess if there's no more discussion on this, let's take a vote on it. Hearing no more discussion, not seeing any more hands. All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed?
Yes.
Okay, we have one opposed. Any others? Okay, so we have one opposed, just for the notes on that. So, okay.
And still, we only have one absent being.
Still one absent. So we'd be 16 ayes, one nay, and a one absent. Okay. Thank you for that. Thanks for that discussion. Apologize for that, not getting that change to the agenda on that item, but it was really good discussion that already has gone through the process. So next we have the 50-50 special license split, which is probably where we garnered the most comments for. So let's just have a conversation about that. Who's first? Go ahead, Pat.
We've had a great conversation, so I move we recommend that there be a 50-50 split between special licenses and regular non-resident licenses.
Albert seconded it. So we have a motion from Pat and a second from Albert. Let's have some discussion. I know we've already had some. Larry, go ahead. You go first. You got your hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be a no on this vote. And I think part of it gets back to some of the discussions, some of the issues that both Adam and Joe have raised. The other thing is I'm a little bit concerned is we got a lot of public feedback and there was a lot of opposition to this. We've got 2 bills out there already. I just worry about keep loading up bills and bills and bills in this session. We need to spend time and focus on what we've already got and try to get that across the finish line. I think this is a much broader subject. And given the level of the nature of the public comment, I just can't support this at this time. I think this is a giant policy change of what we've done in the past.
Okay, Adam, you're next. Thanks, Larry.
Thank you, Chairman. And just very much echoing what Larry had just said. And I'd also add that, we were concerned with the potential for perception, and perception and reality are very close to becoming the same thing if we pursue this with a whole lot of gusto. I don't know, and I'm saying that very tongue in cheek. I don't know the precise numbers of what special license applicants for non-residents, what percentage of them use an outfitter or not. But the perception, and this does echo a lot of the public comment, is that this is an end around for an outfitter draw. Now, reality speaking, again, I'd have to see the numbers to see how that merits or mets out. But that perception does exist there. So I would echo Senator Hicks's sentiments with the impacts of creating a fairly large policy impact to what that non-resident pool could look like moving forward. And I'll be a no on this too at this point in time.
Thanks, Adam. Joe, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick question, and then I'll be a broken record probably on the other statement. But do we know what the total revenue, the economic impact of shifting 10% more licenses to the special draw would be to the department?
Hey, Brian stepped out. Ask it again, please, Joe.
Yeah, Brian. So if we went to a 50-50 and shifted 10% of the regular licenses to the special licenses at the new price point, how much is that going to generate in a year? What's that revenue impact?
Yeah, Jennifer hasn't run the numbers, but it's a significant number, I can tell you that, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, and so here, I'm of my mind, I think about this a lot in terms of state taxation and policy. I won't go down that road, but when we generate revenue, especially substantial revenue, I like to have a purpose for what that revenue is intended to do and what the policy is. And honestly, I was probably harder against some of these things until Representative Summers really got me thinking about all the great habitat stuff and the things we could do with that additional revenue. So I'm kind of on the fence with this one, but my broken record point is we're generating revenue. We're shifting a lot of things around the non-resident side. We're talking a lot about outfitters and stabilization here, and we're not talking about tag allocations for residents again. And so I feel like we've picked one side of the broader issue and are sort of ignoring the other side. So that's my broken record. I'll do my best not to keep playing that album over and over for the rest of the meeting.
Mr. Chairman. So
Go ahead, Pat.
Thank you, Joe. I think we long ago voted down 90-10 and shifting more licenses to residents. So, I appreciate your zeal and your fervor trying to do that. Third time you talked about it this morning, but the issue on the table is should we allocate 50% of the special draw licenses to non-residents, or should we stick with the 60-40? I think that issue's dead, Joe, but tell me why it isn't.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could just real quick, a response to Pat. And I was really hoping to get a Thanksgiving dinner invite from Pat. I don't try not to make that harder to get from him.
You're welcome.
So we voted down the grand compromise pretty resoundingly. And what I guess my frustration is we've decided to pick little pieces of that in a little different flavor and advance those. And it's my own fault. I was not present at the September meeting. I was chasing mule deer in the high country of Colorado. So that's my own fault. But while I agree we voted down, what we voted down was the grand compromise pretty resoundingly, I would say, as a task force. But yet we've picked out these little pieces. And so I'm wondering why we picked this out and these little pieces without a very well-defined purpose for it, but we haven't picked out the other pieces or given the venue. So I'm just trying to do my part to say, hey, if we can pick out one little piece, maybe we could revisit another little piece of that. Whether it's 90-10, 85-15 or what have you. I guess I want to make sure that my position is well stated there. And thank you for reminding me. It's the third time I've done that, now the fourth time, Pat. So I will I'll try to hold back for the rest of the meeting.
And Mr. Chairman, please bear with me. I think at one time I made a motion that we vote on 90-10. And everyone decided we shouldn't do that for the grand compromise, but maybe my memory is flawed in that. But I'm tired of 90-10, Joe. If that isn't obvious, let's either make a motion to go to 90-10 and let's resolve it, or let's quit discussing it, please. And you're welcome at Thanksgiving.
Okay, so we're all right. Moving on. Good conversation, and I don't think there's any doubt where you guys stand on those things, and so appreciate that conversation. And I do want to make sure that we know this is a 50. Yeah, this is a moving 40. This is moving 40% special draw to 50% special draw. This isn't an allocation change from non-resident to resident. So I just want to make sure you guys we're on the same page with that. So Larry, you have your hand up, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to put my legislator hat on. And honestly, I think it's going to be a heavy lift to get the license fee up to what we currently have in the existing bill. And then if we lump this on top of it, I don't see it pass. And I just think, because based on the public comments that we saw, that we submitted out here, my assessment is that the 50-50 is a poison pill, and then we lose the whole shooting match. And so I'm really concerned if we do this, that we have to understand there's a risk assessment, that it increases the risk of losing the overall license fee bill, which I think defeats, what many of us on here, this committee, have worked for. But I would just throw that out there. And I certainly am not going to spend a lot of time, but I just don't see it happen. And I think it makes it very, very difficult with the amount of resident opposition we're going to have to go to 50-50. That's my biggest concern. I'd rather do this incrementally and get this passed. If we need to revisit this, it needs to be a very robust process. I think this late in the process, we jeopardize losing the entire bill. That's my concern.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. I'm going to go to just a second. I have a follow-up question for you on that, Larry, if you don't mind. And it is the fact that we're getting all this resident feedback on the fact that we're putting out a proposition to change the special license draw for non-resident hunters. Why do you think that is?
Well, I maybe Adam, he's waving. He might have I've got my own intuition and what I think is the problem, but Adam's probably a better spokesman for that group than I am. So I would turn that question. I'm going to yield my time to Mr. T.
Okay, Adam, I'm going to go to you, and then I'm going to go to Senator Driscoll and then Cy.
Thanks. I just think it's the perception. I don't know that reality mets it out, but I do feel it's the perception that the resident hunter is seeing that, we're essentially swinging that pendulum forcefully towards a single industry. that by resident hunters dogmatic interpretation is already viewed as competition. We're, conversations, water cooler, bar stool, back of a truck bed, trailhead conversations with other DIY guys. Next to the, and we're a fickle bunch. Next to the non-resident DIY guy, the next worst individual is the outfitted client. In spite of what they do economically for our state, just because it's a viewed competition. So when that comes out, and I think we saw it in public comment, that perception is this is an end around to an outfitter set aside or a specifically benefits one single industry. Whether that means we need to do a better job of explaining or devising the message to provide true insight for these residents that are, fundamentally against it, or whether we need to revisit whether it's actually a worthwhile endeavor. Much to Senator Hicks's comments, is adding one more thing to this license increase going to be detrimental to it actually getting passed? I mean, if that's the reality, maybe that even has more weight than the perception that this is a end around for an outfitter set aside or a benefit to the outfitters. So that would be my interpretation of what we're seeing in terms of the feedback. And again, I'm sure I've got people who are watching, yelling at me, who can't participate, that no, that's not what we think, but that's my interpretation.
I appreciate that, Adam. Okay, Senator Driscoll, go ahead, and then we'll go to Cy.
Thank you. Appreciate Adam's comments. I think a lot of them are point on. I'll be a no on for the exact same reason as Larry. I'll give you the same thoughts as you're endangering all of it. I do think it's sad that we've got a large group of resident hunters that oppose this when it actually probably enhances their license fees and some of their own. I don't think they've really waded through. I think it's shown in this last meeting. I'll take my arrows and my bullets from everybody. I think the absolute distaste of resident hunters towards outfitters and landowners is at their own peril for their hunting opportunities. And I think it's sad we've got to that. I was hoping as this task force came through that we would come closer to get them together, and even more than before, I see an absolute disdain towards, in particular, outfitters, but to some degree private landowners that are actually doing their best to manage a resource for and with the state, and yet they come under attack on almost any front if they're not just allowing unrestricted hunting to locals. And I think that comes at their peril. I think game suffer it that way, habitat suffers, and resident hunters suffer. So, I've kind of made my 2 cents. Obviously, I'm not making a whole lot of friends with part of them. I've had a lot of conversations, and I'm just stunned that they're willing to give away hunting opportunity in order to be spiteful towards people that are trying to cooperatively manage game. So that's my 2 cents. I'm sure my emails are about to start turning on. I'll get on, wait for the feedback to come. Thank you.
Well, Senator Driscoll, I followed your campaign very, very closely, and your emails have never stopped here all summer. So you're used to it. So, all right, Cy, go ahead.
You're muted, Cy.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, Chairman, I want to back up what Senator Hicks said, because it will be a heavy lift to change the formula from a 40-60 to a 50-50 split. And I think it would jeopardize passing the license fee increase. And I know everybody's going to be surprised, but I think we should drop that and not go forward with it. I just don't think we have the support to do that. But backing up, going over what Senator Driscoll said, after a year and a half of this task force, being in the industry my whole life, understanding the dynamics between resident hunters and outfitters, I actually view this in a lot better light after what I've seen from comments coming from, and what I get told on the streets. I think there's a significant number of resident hunters who appreciate what we've done and look towards this whole process as being positive and not negative. And I honestly believe that when you really parse those comments, and some of them are very, very vicious for sure, it's less than 300 citizens of the state of Wyoming that feel that way. And they're the same individuals. And that's just how they view life. It's probably how they view life about everything. So I look at it the other way. I think we've made a lot of progress. And I think we've been able to tell the story from both sides myself. So I look at it as a very positive experience. But I would not support the 50-50. I think we need to stick with the 40-60.
Representative Summers, you're next.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
All right, thanks. I do support 50-50. I'll probably vote against it right now because I don't see the support, and I don't like, even if it's, if it's a 1 vote or 2 vote and it wins it, I just don't feel there's the support. So I don't want to lose the license fee increase because I think a lot of good comes from that. I think one thing we need to think about on, and right now we're just letting the license fee increase, go into the general pot of money, right? At the legislature, we do that. The general fund, some people like that. Some people like earmarking stuff. I think one thing, if we go forward beyond what we have done, and there's going to be more money generated, I think it needs to be maybe tied back to some things that support what resident hunters want to see on the ground with that money. And so, like I said, I support 50-50, but I don't think it has the support. So I'll vote.
Appreciate that, Representative Summers. And I think that I can see where this is going, and I would agree. And I've had this conversation with Cy around this whole thing. One of the things about this task force and about the grand compromise and all the discussion around that, the one thing that surprised me the most was that we actually really moved towards a 90-10 split, giving more licenses to our resident hunters, but that they were overwhelmingly opposed to that because out of that 10%, there was a set aside or something like that. And I've talked to Cy about how they bridge that gap with with resident hunters and do-it-yourself non-resident hunters who I thought didn't like each other more than anything until we put that out there. And so I've learned a little bit from this, and it's been somewhat surprising. So it kind of goes back to what everybody's been saying about all of this, but I'm going to vote no on this also. So if there's not any other comments, we have the motion by Pat and a second by Representative Summers to move to this 50-50 split. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay, so who was the aye on that? Pat, and who was the other aye?
Albert. I believe.
Okay, and then the nays.
Albert was a nay. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so we have Pat as an aye. Who else was an aye? Okay, I'm going to just assume that everybody else is a nay. So if you're not, let me know. So nice job, Pat. The only one hanging in there. So,
He's done this before.
I'm the Rodney Dangerfield of the task force, so it's good.
So that one's going to be a nay. It's going to be a fail. 16-1 with 1 absent. So,
hey, Mr. Chairman. Now that we're done voting, there's just some information I want to throw out there that corroborates some of the things that Senator Driscoll and Senator Hicks talked about, and also address an issue that Joe brought up it's relative to both of the last 2 or 3 topics that we've discussed. And that is this whole issue of where, what's the purpose for additional revenue? And just a little bit of history, and especially the legislators here, some of the guys that have been around a while remember this. The model for decades for the Game and Fish was periodically every 3 to 5 to even up 6, 7 years, there would be a pretty much across the board license fee increase for residents and non-residents. And for a lot of reasons over this past about 15 years, that's changed. And there's been one increase for resident license fees in the last 15 years. It was very modest. And it was done at the time when all the general funds were taken away from the game and fish. And it was meant to offset those costs. And it actually did that, and it provided a little bit of additional revenue. But what that's meant is that because some of these other sources of revenue, like preference points, like non-resident application fees, like increases, higher increases for non-residents, all of those things have led us to a point where the resident license fee has been able to stay pretty low. In 2007, it was $50 for a resident elk license, and today it's $57, as an example. And so that, while it doesn't, Joe, have a specific purpose, it's really additional revenue supports department priorities. And some of the things that we've identified here, the commission has listened, and in the last several years has invested significantly in those priorities. We've heard on this task force a lot of concern about mule deer, and the commission has invested heavily in mule deer. We've heard a lot about wildlife crossings, and the commission has invested in those. And we've heard about access, and there's been significant investments in access here in the last just in the last couple of years. In fact, on the last Tuesday, the commission approved the first acquisition of a property, all in the name of access, since about 1994, where up on the south end of the Bighorns, where a landowner wanted to sell their place to the Game and Fish. So anyway, that's a kind of a long-winded answer, but I felt like it was important to address that since it's come up several times here today.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. That's good. So I'm open to some suggestions here, because I'm looking at our agenda and noticed that we've really already discussed the 3 o'clock discussion on non-resident license fee increases. We just beat that to death. And we have some public comment that I do want to take for a break. But what I'm asking the committee is if you guys, or the task force, if you guys want to continue to power through, or what I really do want to take some time is to go over some things that maybe we haven't talked about, or that we have a meeting and a half or 2 meetings left to discuss some things, or at least put some things on the table out there. And I don't know whether you'd like to take public comment now and then take a little bit of a break, and then come back and talk about all those at-large things, and then the final agenda for December, or if you'd just like to just continue to keep going. And I'll Larry, since you have your hand up, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can't help myself, but I got to pile in here and help my other 2 colleagues, Adam and Joe. So I'm just going to make a motion that we go to 90-10 for elk, deer, and antelope.
I would second that motion for purposes of discussion.
I want to die on that hill again.
So Larry's got a motion on the table for 90-10 deer, elk, and antelope, and Pat is the second. Let's just have some discussion on that then. I'll start and say that I like the concept. I think it was an interesting conversations we've had through this whole thing, and that the grand compromise, and I talked to Joe a little bit about this in the last couple of days, that that economic impact that and you guys know that they're in the legislature, know what you're going to get from those communities when they see this, what they're going to tell you that impact is, and certainly you're going to see the financial impact this passing without what we've already done, not passing to the department will be significant. But, you know, I think we've always framed this, or we've had this put to us about framing this. So we got to go to do something like the other Western states. Well, we've heard and we've done the research, and we've had this from you, Senator Hicks, mostly very knowledgeable on what a lot of those other Western states do. And they do actually have a different system than what we have. And they do have either a carve out, or there's something out of that 10%, or that there's landowner allocated licenses, or there's different things that are outside of that. And so while I favor that 90-10 split, is if there's not something in that 10% that allows the economies of the small communities and the industry to go forward, because they're the ones, a lot of those, and those landowners, the landowners are the ones you're going to hear a lot from. The landowners to have the ability to have people hunt on their land for an economic advantage. And that's why, I mean, they provide a lot of that space that a lot of those animals are grown. I just think that pushback is going to be huge. And so on the surface, without some of those other things like the grand compromise, I just can't go forward with it. So, or at least I can't vote for it. We're gonna take that vote, but go ahead, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will demonstrate how poorly I would be in elected office, but you're supposed to coordinate these things ahead of time. I was actually hoping to bring a motion, and I might move an amendment to change that to 85-15, recognizing the stigma and some of the concerns with jumping full board to the 90-10. But I'll hold that for just a second here to see if there's any interest in an amendment to actually make that 85-15. As we have our discussion, and for those individuals that are going to vote no on this, I guess I would love, or I'd encourage you to explain in discussion why you believe that Wyoming should have a larger portion of its first choice limited entry permits going to non-residents than any of our Western state comparators, sans maybe Colorado, which is a poor comparator on in many ways. And I just love to know, because I have a hard time telling folks that Wyoming has a reason and a purpose why we would allocate more of those highest demand limited entry permits to non-residents than to residents than any of our Western states. And I know Cy will jump in and say, well, at the end of the day, they don't come out that way. I'm talking about the first shot when we sit down and we say, this is the tag we would love to have as a resident. We shift more of those to non-residents than our Western state comparators. And I don't have an answer for why we do that. It may be to Mr. Chairman, to your comments, maybe it's because we want to make sure that our large ranchers in the northeast corner of the state have the ability to generate revenue off of non-resident sales. I don't know that the economic data supports that really helps the state as much as directing them to non-residents. So I would just love to know, if you're going to vote no for this, why we believe that Wyoming should have a proportionate amount going to non-residents that is out of line with what our other states are doing, so that I can help convey that to resident hunters. And then I would just point out, we've now voted on and actually advanced recommendations with regard to licensing structure that not only helps shore up revenue to the department, but also hopefully provide some stability in the folks that are applying with outfitters. So we've made some of those concessions, and I guess that I would hope that we would make some concessions now for the amount of tags we give to non-residents. So I will try it here. I would actually offer an amendment to the motion to actually shift to 85-15 versus the 90-10 as a way to step in this direction without wholeheartedly going to the 90-10.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question on that proposed amendment?
Go ahead.
So I'm assuming, based on your discussion, Joe, it would only be for those limited entry tags. And other than that, it would follow the normal sequence of the draw. So any unprescribed resident tags then roll into the non-resident pool. So is that part of your motion?
Yeah, for the mechanics, my motion would follow what we had proposed. Yes, so it would be first choice, limited entry tags. And then those that are not subscribed afterwards would roll like they all do, including elk.
Mr. Chairman, for the sake of discussion, I will second the proposed amendment.
Okay, so
Mr. Chairman, this is Pat.
go ahead, Pat.
One of these legislators are much more attuned to rules, but I'm opposed to as the second, I'm opposed to the amendment of the motion. I don't know
Okay, so
what the heck that gives me, but that's where I'm at.
all right, well, we'll just take, everybody knows what what's out there and the amendment that's out there. So let's go to just some more discussion. So Josh, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Rusty. This was not on the agenda that this would be a discussion of this task force to be making this type of motion and move forward a recommendation on what is certainly the elephant in the room from the onset of when this task force was organized. I feel like we have addressed this several times and have put this to bed, and for some reason it continues to rear its head. But to move forward on this, there would be no possible way that I could be a yes on this without us being able to have that type of opportunity for public feedback for folks to weigh in. I don't know where we've gone to get to this point, to be quite frank.
Okay, so go ahead, Lee.
Oh, okay, I am unmuted. The argument has been, why are we not like other states? Because we're not like other states. Our population, human population and wildlife population are a completely different ratio from other states. Our licensing structure allows folks in our state to hunt as much as they want to every year. Do they get the exact tag they want every year? No, but I think our state is extremely fair, and I'm happy not being like other states. I like our state as it is. So I'm a no on that, if you couldn't tell.
Tony?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, and we've gone over this, many times before, and in my area, there just wasn't that much support for the 90-10 as much as trying to address access and that sort of thing. The success ratio for the type 1, elk permit in area 7 is fairly low because of access, and also because a lot of these hunters, they just don't get out, and if they don't have a place to hunt, they hunt the roads and they hunt state land or public land if they can get to it, and there's just not the game. And so it's not about the numbers. They can get a cow permit without any problem most of the time as their second choice. So it's not like they can't hunt. They can get an elk fairly reasonably. Their opportunity is pretty good to hunt an elk. Whether it's a bull or not is another question. And then they added the late bull season for the raghorns, which is a good thing for some, but I just can't support it because it only changes, and the amendment would only change 1% to go from 84 to 85. So to me, we beat this thing to death, and I think in at least this part of the world that I live in, you can hunt an elk. It may not be a bull every year, but so I'm a no on both.
Okay, thanks. Cy, you're up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I think that we did an incredible job of fleshing this out. I think we did exactly what we were tasked to do. We left no stone unturned, in my opinion. I'm very, very pleased with the effort that everybody put in it, myself included. I think we did what we were asked to do, and the public comment did not support a 90-10. It just didn't. I mean, you go back and read that comment, it did not support it. And for various reasons. I mean, everybody has their own reason why they didn't support it, as far as whether you're a landowner, small business owner, outfitter, or resident hunter, but it just wasn't there. And I'll continue, as Joe knows I will do, I'll continue to say 90-10 is a myth. We proved that. And it's just the way it is. And I'm gonna be a no vote on this. I think it's time to heal and move on.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm just gonna add to that and say that, you know, I think that with some sort of grand compromise, I'm certainly for the 90-10. I just don't think it works in every area, everywhere across the state. And you know, it's so diverse, Wyoming is, with not only public, private land, but you know, that access and all of those things that come into line. And if what I've learned is that we actually are probably much better than some of the other states when you factor in that they have private land only licenses and different things. If we can come up, you know, with something similar to that has a grand compromise that I truly know that doesn't obviously make everybody happy, but that addresses some of those other issues. I think we hashed a lot of that out, and so that's where I'm at. Albert, you're up next, and then Dwayne.
Thank you. I think Larry's going to have to hit that one, but thanks, Larry. So I'm a no. I do believe, like you, Rusty, I think if we can balance in all of it, where we recognize that, you know, we do have an outfitting industry and we do have needs of resident hunters, you know, I could be for something like that, but I just don't think we've got there. You know, the 85-15 is a lot better to me than the 90-10. And, you know, I think we worked really hard to find that compromise. We just never did really get there. And so I'll be a no.
Okay, thank you. I see Jamie's hand up. Go ahead, Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm a no as well. I was a no on this. It never came to our committee in the legislature, but for several reasons. You know, I've heard from Main Street businesses on this issue alone, and they are opposed to it because their non-resident hunters do provide great revenue for our Main Street businesses in rural Wyoming. Secondly, my resident hunters didn't want this because they realize that the cost of their license is low because the non-resident helps to subsidize that license. And lastly, the loss to landowners in terms of forage is great. And unless we decide to provide a license to landowners that they could sell on the open market to help make up for the loss of forage, the only way that a landowner and a rancher can help compensate for those losses is through outfitting. And the non-resident will pay that, but the resident will not. And so there are various and many reasons to oppose a 90-10 split.
Okay, Joe.
I think Dwayne wanted to go first.
Oh, sorry, Dwayne, you're up next, and then Joe.
Mr. Chairman, I've been trying to figure out this laptop here for a while since we started. When that motion was made, it blew up. Everything went blank. I'm going to just come back. I'm not going to support either the motion or the amendment. Sorry.
Well, that's Larry's fault. All right. So, okay, Joe.
Mr. Chairman, so I will withdraw my amendment and I would call the question on the original motion.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Okay, so we're gonna take a vote on the 90-10 split.
Rusty?
Go.
This is Pete Doobie.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to vote against it as well. And I wanted to go to Joe's comment. One of the things that helps our resident hunters, the fact that we have general licenses for deer and elk, not for antelope, but for deer and elks. And so resident hunters really have the opportunity to hunt every year all over the state. We have some areas that are more limited quota than others, but that ability to apply for the special license they want, yet still have the ability to go shoot a bull or a buck is there for every single resident in this state. And I think that makes us different. I think if we had a higher population, i.e. Colorado and others, we wouldn't have that ability. So I think it makes a big difference as well.
Okay. Any more discussion on this? If not, all in favor of
Mr. Chairman,
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
just make sure you bleed me out real well before I die on this hill, will you?
Right.
We'd have to cut your throat, Larry, and get you to bleed out.
All right, it's death by wolves.
Okay, so we're gonna take a vote on this thing. All in favor of a 90-10 split, say aye.
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 Okay, we have 2 ayes, Joe and Adam, and
Larry.
and
There were
Larry.
3.
Larry, were you and I? Okay, so 3 ayes, and then we have I assume everybody else is a nay on this, which would be the vote count then would be 3, 14, 1, 3, 4, 14 against, and 1 absent.
Hey, Rusty.
Yeah.
Having been slapped down 16-1 on the prior vote, at least let me say nay to this motion.
Okay.
It'll give me great personal satisfaction. And I'm going to gouge Joe about it when I'm feeding him turkey at Thanksgiving.
Okay. All right.
So what was the final vote? I think there was three ayes.
3 ayes, 14 nays, and one absent.
I have the proxy for that absent. I think there was 4 ayes.
Mr. Chairman, I would like this put in writing as well. I like it noted very clearly for the record where the task force stood on this.
Well, and I think that's very important, but I also think it's important that, from the conversation that we're having, that this task force, through all of the dialogue that we had and heard, and from everything, stock growers, landowners, outfitters, even a lot of the public comment we've had from the sportsmen, really, some sort of compromise. It's not just an easy system of 90-10 across the board. There's way more to it than that, and it's way more complex than that. And unless there's some sort of bargain struck, it just doesn't make sense. And that we're not like the other states, because we're not like the other states for many, many, many reasons. So I appreciate this conversation, and I actually appreciate Joe and Larry bringing it up again, because even though Pat doesn't, but I do think it brings some clarity. And I answer this question, Joe says he needs help answering that question. I answer it just like this, that we aren't the same, and that we do have a lot of intricacies to what we have, including public land, that public-private partnership or not, and the outfitting industry, along with Main Street, small Main Street, and large Main Street businesses that have a huge impact and a huge economic impact across Wyoming, when that's always an issue in Wyoming. So Lee, I'll give you the last word, and then we'll go on to probably some public comment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is maybe jumping the gun a little bit, but I would hope that we could come out of this at the very end, and I'm going to volunteer Pat Crank to write it, because he writes so eloquently, but a synopsis of some of our major topics and where this task force landed on them, going forward, so folks can look back at what we did. And there's a single document that hits the high points of what we considered, how much effort we put into the topics we considered, and folks will have that, to fall back on and look at, in years to come.
Okay, thank you, Lee.
Lee, I think Brian's already working on that, aren't you?
Yep. Yeah, I think we are working on that, and I'm hoping that we'll talk about that in our next after lunch in our next agenda thing. But Joe, I'll give you the last word. Then you got your hand up.
No, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, thanks. If we're going to talk about that, that was one recommendation I had, is having sort of a running log of the things that we have agreed and recommended or passed, and a log of those things that we debated and our outcome on it that we didn't pass. And so, but if that's in the works, then we can discuss that later. But it would be nice to be able to refer people to say, here's all the things we've done thus far, all the things we've discussed and not done thus far, just to have sort of that easy place for people to go and see the outcomes of the task force.
Perfect. That sounds great. Okay, Larry, you're up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one of the things I'd like to see is just a report back from the department. On many of these issues, we made a recommendation to the commission, and I know there's things associated that the commission's been taking action. So if we could just get an update of what those issues were that we said we recommend to the commission, where the commission's at. One of, the early ones that we tackled was that compensation for damages. Where are we at with those, and what's, at one time we were looking at additional transferable licenses. And the department, I believe, come back and said through some of the regulations that they may be able to address some of that stuff. But Brian, if we could just get at December and say, these are the things that the task force said we recommend to the commission, where that's at within the commission process and any actions associated with that.
Can do, no problem.
That'd be helpful at our December meeting. And that becomes part of the permanent record too, that I think that the other members are talking about.
Perfect. I totally agree with that. Thank you, Larry. Yep. And then we'll try to go over maybe a time frame for that and a review from the task force before that, so that we'll talk about that after lunch. So at this point, I'd love to take public comment. So I know we have one right now. Everybody else that's on there, if you want to queue in, and we'll start adding you in, Amanda, and we'll take public comment.
Got Wyatt.
Okay.
Hello again.
Wyatt, have at it. Thank you.
Gosh, I was really hoping when you asked Adam why residents are commenting on non-resident issues, I was hoping he'd just say altruism. Looking out for someone else, even though we might be disinterested, or even sympathy, I guess. Getting onto that 90-10, increasing Wyoming resident tags. I mean, adding 10% to that actually only increases our tags by 12.5%, while at the same time, taking 10% off of non-residents decreases those tags by 50% of their allocation. So, I mean, if you ask me if I'd accept a lollipop, but the consequence is a kick to the nuts to my neighbor, I choose to decline that lollipop. And talking about discriminating between residents and non-residents, yeah, we do that, but I think the non-resident public outcry is more about the discrimination between non-residents who have discretionary incomes versus those who do not, via the regular and special draws. You all asked the public a yes or no question, but many commented that the proportion of special tags should be decreased or eliminated by picking a price in the middle and having a single draw. I just recommend the task force discuss or entertain that proposal. Nobody even mentioned those comments, and there were quite a few of those. I also found it pretty interesting that less than half the people that voted yes didn't even bother to leave a supporting comment for their opinion on those, all those public comments. Another issue I kind of have, this is not supply and demand economics for price setting. It's about fair allocation of a public resource. A person with a desire to hunt and a large bank account shouldn't have better odds than Joe Public with limited wealth. It's for this reason I really don't think commissioners' tags should be given out via high bid either. Those should all be money makers for nonprofits via a raffle, to where even that low income person that can only afford one tag at least still has a chance at those. I mean, the wealthy can buy multiple tags, but at least it doesn't exclude those people of limited wealth. To me, fair includes consideration of game and fish operating costs, but should have absolutely nothing to do with advantages for people able to pay more. those are my comments. Thank you all very much.
Again, Wyatt, thank you for being engaged this whole time, and that analogy. Well, I appreciate that if I was your neighbor. So yeah. Anyway, I appreciate that. Was one of the best analogies I've heard. Anyway. Okay, so I think we have at least one other person that wants to give comment.
Yeah, we've got Rob Shaw.
Okay, great. Rob, you're up.
Hello, thank you so much for listening. I'm actually not going to talk about 90-10, but I would like the the task force, if you would consider asking the governor to go ahead and designate the sublet pronghorn herd migration corridor and the Wyoming range mule deer herd migration corridor. Those have been in limbo, I think, for 3 or 4 years now. And if I understand correctly, it's on his desk or at the department somewhere. And we need to get these migration corridors designated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. Anyone else? Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe we could just ask Director Nesbitt. I'd be curious. I thought those were already designated, but are they or are they not, Brian?
They are not, and the sublet pronghorn is not on the governor's desk. It still lies with the department, and frankly, we don't have data that we feel at this time is good enough to move forward with the process that's outlined in the governor's executive order. However, there is still quite a bit of work being done on that, and I feel like we're probably closer to a point where we can make a decision and go out to through the process. There's quite a lengthy process to designate a corridor, and so that is, that's up and coming in the next several months is my prediction, and then the Wyoming range would follow that. But similar issues with Wyoming range and not having all the data ready. There's a lot of complexities here with changes in the models that are used to help inform decisions on where the high, low, and medium use portions of the corridors are. And until we get those completely worked out and have more faith in that information, we're not going to be able to move it forward.
Thank you for that update. Okay, so any other? Oh, Albert, go ahead.
Thank you. Larry. Thanks. I think since we're going to have a December meeting, I think those migration corridors, I think that would be a good update to get from the, from the department, a little more detail on where everything's at. I think it would just be a good opportunity for all of us to become more educated where those processes are at. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Do we have any more? Anybody that wants to make any public comment or any panelists before we go to lunch that want to speak? I see a hand raised, but I'm not sure if they just didn't put it down.
That size got his hand up, I think.
No, I don't see it. Okay. Okay, so if there isn't any other public comment, or if there's not anybody else, then let's go ahead and queue up your guys's. We'll talk about the next meeting and things that we want to talk about that we haven't, or bring up different things. So let's take a break and be
Rusty?
back here. Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Just a comment. On my screen, it looks like I'm keeping a sharp eye on Senator Driscoll. Does everybody else see that?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm right above him, just looking down on him there at the state of Wyoming behind him. So I just thought that was, kind of a good sign that I've got an eye on him over there, but
I'm used to that.
all right, that's all I had.
Okay, well, we'll take a break and just come back on at 1 o'clock then, and
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
I'm just curious, how much more time do we still need on our agenda? And if it's, I mean, we could go ahead and finish this out. I mean, and depending, unless, we've got a lot more to kick around.
Yeah, no, I'm open to that. I really am. I guess I'm not opposed to that. Jen did drop off. She was going to come back on. But I'm open to just staying on for, I don't know if it's another hour. I mean, it depends on what motion somebody's going to make off of the floor that, I don't think that's going to happen, but I guess you never know. So yeah, I'm okay. I'm anticipating an hour to maybe an hour and a half, but it might not take that long. So there might
I
not
would
be
agree.
any.
Let's power through. I mean, I would agree
Okay.
with the good representative.
All right, let's power
Yeah,
through.
Mr. Chairman, I only got 3 or 4 motions from the floor, so.
Great. All right, we'll be done by 5. Okay, so all right, so let's go ahead and
Hey, Rusty, if we're gonna do that, could we just take a quick, like a 10-minute break real quick? Just a quick bathroom break?
Yep, let's do it. Let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll just come back.
All right.
Okay, so we're back on. The recording started, so let's see. Hopefully everybody's back. So we're gonna just kind of open it up to everybody to talk about issues that maybe we didn't talk about, that you think maybe if there's something else going forward that should be talked about, or any closing things that you think we just didn't do as good a job with. For me, it happens to be I'm at the meat processor in the last month and a half, or at my shop, and somebody says, why didn't you talk about this? And so, or I get a phone call because we got zebra mussels at Keyhole, or not at Keyhole, but not very far into South Dakota, that I have to call the director and say, man, what's going on? I know I'm not part of Game and Fish, but it's been interesting. So go ahead, Adam, you're first. You got your hand up.
Thanks, Rusty. First and foremost, this has been a very eye-opening process for me as someone who, from an educational standpoint, I was a social studies, government economics major through college. Have done various volunteering opportunities and fulfillments at different levels, but this was kind of my first foray into this level, something that has an impact far beyond even my local community. So I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate being able to learn from each of you and experience different things from each of you, as I believe you've each brought a mindset that, though I may have known existed, was not totally familiar with. One of the things, and I will champion this probably until I'm blue in the face or long in the grave, that I think that we may have overlooked, or at best provided lip service to, and it does kind of go to something Ogden had mentioned, that the rift that exists between DIY and private landowners, and not so much outfitters, maybe outfitters by default, but I think there is a rift that exists there, and I think there's a wide variety of reasons for why that rift does exist. From what I heard through email and social media comment and face-to-face interaction with people around the state, was how quickly the voice of the general public was dismissed in favor for that of the landowner and or the outfitter throughout this entire process. I don't 100% agree with that, but there was very much instances where that was the case. And we heard from different resources, that it may not have been an economic reason, whereas agriculture didn't make the top 10 of GDP contributors in this state. Not that its cultural importance should be lost on this task force or anyone similar moving forward. But we do tend to, in the state of Wyoming, give a whole lot of weight to a cultural juggernaut that may not have as modern enough boots on the ground as we might lend. that's not right, wrong, or indifferent at this point in time. I just know that's where some of that rift comes from the resident hunter. You know, we talk about the impact to local communities that hunters and fishermen have in this state. But throughout this process, we've seen the argument that that's only secondary when it comes to upholding, you know, a landowner's perspective or so on and so forth. Again, that's not an absolute statement. That's just something that I've garnered and has really been at the forefront. I think there's room for improvement in that conversation on both sides. I think both sides tend to cling to anecdotal evidence of 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago as for why we can't make progress now. I mean, I've heard the story that, oh, you know, that horrible DIY hunter that left every gate open. Well, when was that last occurred on your property? Because you've been outfitted for 20 years. You know, so those excuses are and they're on both sides. I've said myself, you know, 20 years ago, I used to go buck hay for hunting privileges. Now I get laughed out the door when I suggest that to a landowner. So both hunters and landowners are somewhat stuck in the past of when things were much easier and less muddled. But I do think there is room to grow that relationship, because we very much do need to be in this together for the resource, which is why this task force was created, by my understanding, which is benefiting the wildlife and the habitat in the state of Wyoming. But I think there's a lot of space there to be gained from both sides. But it truly is going to take a good hard look in the mirror, both for the hunting community and the agricultural community, to go, you know what, we might have to both give up a little bit here, or give up more than we expected to give up when we started this. So I do appreciate everything that we've talked about. I know none of us will ever see eye to eye on everything, and that's what makes this state beautiful. We're very much a stand firm for what we believe and what we believe in state. And I think that's been proven through a lot of the discussions here. I know I've had conversations with folks I never would have anticipated having conversations with. So I just thank everyone for the opportunity. Thank them for their ears, and hope I've lent the same respect listening as they have for me. So I appreciate it. Thanks, Rusty.
Yeah, Adam, thank you. And thank you for your stance and your participation and all of that. And I realize we still have one more meeting, but I've struggled with some of those same things. And before I go to Senator Driscoll, I'll just say, I struggled with some of those things and had conversations with some sportsmen here that they said, well, we just need a sportsman's task force. And I said, well, if you have a sportsman task force and you guys vote unanimously to have all access to public land, how are you going to do that with private property rights? And so, I mean, I think there's definitely some things that having everybody at the table, it makes a big deal, a difference, and having the legislators here to go over that process and you know, I think if there was ever a task force, something set up, I think something that had landowners and sportsmen at the table, just trying to go over some of those things would help, just with that relationship, because what I've seen, and was one of the eye openers for me was that there is such at least certainly with some of the local sportsmen, there's a rift with landowners, and then you know, and I'd say landowners more so than outfitters, because the landowners are the ones that are leasing that ground. So, you know, I think it's an interesting concept that you bring up, and I'm glad we had a lot of discussion on it. So thanks for that, Adam, and thanks for all the participation and your honest views of things. So Senator Driscoll, you're up next.
Thank you. I'll try to be as calm as I can about it. I kind of get raised up. I appreciate Adam's comments. I will tell him up front, I'm not in 20 years ago. 2 weeks ago, I had a vehicle drive through a metal gate that ripped it off the hinges, and then proceeded to cut a padlock off a gate to go kill one of the last half dozen deer I've got left south of Devil's Tower National Monument. Those type episodes really tend to put a bitter taste in your mouth. Don't know if it's resident or non-resident. We don't know about it. I can tell you for a number of years, the gate was left open. You signed in to go hunt does up there. We're down now northeast Wyoming. I don't know how many of you been up there. There's almost no deer left. And we've got a resounding push from people to come kill what's left of them. I find it really interesting that we're under attack from people because they want to come in and kill the last 8 or 10 mule deer doe I got left. We don't even have whitetail left hardly. There's a handful. Those type things are really tough. And as we went through the task force, you talk about the residents and the landowners and the outfitters shutting things down and having a different say. I will tell you, I've sat through 2/3 of this task force silent so that we could have open conversations without those battles. And yet I still find there is a lot of resident hunters that have unbelievable animosity towards landowners. It's hard to have a conversation with them. It's their way or no way. And I hate to air this in this public fashion, but I was one of the ones that got the task force started. I wanted to direction it around habitat and increased hunting opportunity. And I find it really interesting. We're down to, and I've said this multiple times, about how we slice up a pie, not how we make the pie bigger. And I find it frustrating that we really don't. I can tell you, I'm one of the landowners. I'm willing to sit at the coffee shop anytime and visit about hunting opportunities and how we do it. We're one of the ones that have, we take 100+ resident hunters a year to kill deer. We've always provided opportunity. Yet I find it frustrating how ornery some of them are about when you try to create more. I can assure you in our area, our ranch and a couple more are going to be the core of where the deer herd starts back from. Because this season we really didn't do much to limit the hunting on the public grounds, and they're going to get the deer that are there. I'm telling you, there's still plenty of hunters and not very many deer. So for my end, like I said, it's not antecedent and it's not 20 years ago. It's fresh, and we consistently still, and I am outfitted, but we have fences cut, gates torn down, and people come in and trespass and kill deer on a steady basis. It's not an isolated deal, and it's not rare. So I'll leave it at that. And I'm sorry if it sounds bitter. I've really appreciated your input, Adam, and everyone else's. But a lot of it from us comes from flat out experience, and it's painful.
Ogden, I have a quick question before I go to Joe. I know one of the big issues, and Representative Nyman was there first couple meetings, is that, you really had an issue that getting folks to come in. And of course, things have changed a lot in 18 months with the deer population. And so, having those folks come in and landowners, maybe be able to transfer licenses or do some of that. Do you feel like this task force went over that good enough? I think we kicked it around a lot for a while and ultimately didn't move anything, but we took a lot of public comment on it.
I think we did. I think the task force, I will tell you, I'm really proud. I think almost all the issues were hit. We really did flesh out how hard the roadblocks are to do some of these creative things. And it goes back to what Adam said. I think there's some unwillingness on both sides to look at the actual pain that it takes to make the real compromises to get there. And that end, I will fault landowners, outfitters, and resident hunters that the really hard conversations for the compromise, we tried to have them here. They just don't seem to come through. It's probably not the right time. These ideas come up. I think it's healthy to have the conversation, and my guess is part of them will be revisited again. Some of this will change as game herds change. The one thing that landowners have that gets taken for granted is if they don't want game and they don't enhance to have it there, the game goes away. And I think a lot of times those really ornery residents fail to realize how much direct impact a private landowner can have on game herds, particularly when they lay in a critical habitat area. And I'm talking, a lot of these ranches hold huge chunks of critical habitat. And if they hate game, the game just goes away, and it's a core herd that feeds a big area often. And I'm one of the ones that says you need to figure out how to reward those people that are willing to raise game, because I can tell you it comes at a cost on us. Pat was just up by my place. I can tell you this year, the difference in deer dying on our place is to the tune of about 1,000 tons of hay. I can flat tell you that's the difference it made with not having the deer around this year. That's a real number on a ranch like ours. And it makes you wake up as far as how bad do you want them there if all they are is a problem to you. So it's food for thought.
Appreciate that, Ogden. Joe, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate Ogden and Adam saying that, you know, one of the things that has really jumped up out of this to me has been that, and I don't know if it's those fringe, those abusives, those, you know, the few that make the most noise. But there is no doubt, and I would say that there seems to be great animosity towards the outfitting industry amongst public hunters here, and I think some of that animosity spills over into landowners who have a sincere and I think an appropriate interest in better managing hunting on their properties and helping offset the roller coaster of running an agriculture operation to do that. And so I don't know how you get ahead of that. I don't know what we do there, but boy, I tell you what, just having a focus on those types of relationships and trying to figure out how you make some headway would be important to tackle into. I actually want to bring up something that I hope we can tackle or maybe put on the table as a recommendation. I feel bad that we didn't really get to it, but there's two things and they intersect for me that I wish we would have got to. One was a further conversation about season setting. You know, one of our goals or purposes was to look at the allocation of opportunity. And part of that opportunity is the opportunity to have a good experience. And we know that if we can spread hunter density, spread, the impact, especially on public ground, generally the experience is better for individuals, and oftentimes harvest is more likely for individuals. And I don't feel like we really got into the season setting and utilizing the structure of the seasons to do some of that the way we could have. We touched on, alternative weapon or choose your weapon choices and things like that. And we very minimally touched on things like special seasons that create a unique opportunity that would spread demand. And so, if nothing else, next meeting, if we could have a recommendation that the commission really looks at how we could increase opportunity by utilizing season structures and dates and weapons and all that good stuff to try to spread pressure, demand, and create some additional unique opportunities. I think that would be fantastic. And then the other piece that I kind of feel bad that I failed, especially with Tony and Josh, in doing a more analysis from a mule deer perspective and looking at mule deer hunting and mule deer herd opportunities. We talked a lot about it, and I know there's groups working at it from a biological perspective. But there's more there that we probably could tackle, or somebody could tackle. And where these intersect, to me, one of the things that I would really like us to see explore is creating unique season opportunities for pursuing mule deer and elk, and possibly even antelope. Specifically looking at the opportunity to have special permits, small numbers, maybe with a premium price that allow individuals to hunt mule deer in general areas, but during the rut. One of the problems we have with mule deer right now is we have so few limited entry areas for buck mule deer that it just concentrates all that pressure for people to apply in those areas. And we put in, and yes, we can hunt general, and I think that's fantastic, but if you could look at the general areas and carve out 10 licenses that could be awarded in the limited entry draw, it's a type 1 that would allow individuals the opportunity to hunt deer in the rut. I think there's some great benefit there. I might even argue that in some areas in early season, whether it's unique weapon or not, for hunting bull elk in general areas would be a nice way to maybe spread some of the pressure and some of the demand. And so So those two intersect, but those are areas I wish we would have gotten to and would have had time to dig into a little bit more. So as we give recommendations to the governor and to the commission, maybe at our next meeting, I'd like to sort of plant those flags and say it'd be great if somebody could take up those topics.
Great. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that. Let's see, Tony, you're up next.
Okay, thanks. It's all doom. It's not all doom and gloom on that with the private property and everybody that's lived in Wyoming very long recognizes how important it is to be responsible for your own property and to have property rights and hold those above just about everything else. So it's not anything new. Although the trust has certainly been eroded, but there are some successes. We've had it here in Area 7. There's been some landowners who have opened up a little more and allowed some hunting, but a lot of it goes back to the cost, and we talked a lot and we've recommended putting cost on the non-resident hunter to be able to enjoy, the hunting in Wyoming. It's going to cost the resident hunter more. Even if the license fees aren't increased, a lot of these landowners are charging now a trespass fee. A lot of times it's not that severe, but it is a cost. And if the resident hunter that lives in town or whatever doesn't have that, if he's not willing to pay it, then it's going to be a battle that I don't think we can solve. But if you're willing to pay $100 to go hunt a bull on somebody's property, then that just adds on to the $57 that you bought for a license or whatever. And so I think we have to understand that if your license fees don't go up, then it's going to cost you if you want to get access to some of this property. And certainly if you look at some of the landowners that are recent ranch owners that have bought ranches, you're talking about some guys or some people who were the people in town who were griping about not finding a place to hunt, so they win the lottery or come into some money and buy a ranch. And you think they open that up to all the other hunters? No, they don't. They become landowners and they become very, protective of their property, and it makes it tough. So, I thought we made some progress, but again, you got to leave it up to the local game wardens and the game and fish and to advocate to these people how important it is, but also to advocate to the resident hunter that it's not simple. And if that resident hunter that's doing the most complaining owned a 100,000-acre ranch, I bet he would regulate the hunting about like everyone else does. So I just think it's a tough deal, and I'm a small ranch, small landowner, and I protect it. There's no doubt about it. I let some in, and the family definitely hunts, but it changes your perspective for sure. And then on a lot of the season making and that sort of thing, a lot of it I think is laymen trying to make recommendations to the game and fish personnel and to people who study this year in and year out, moment by moment. And we can certainly take a look at some things from the 30,000-foot level, but I think it's really important to understand it from the game and fish perspective. And I don't think they're making a whole lot of mistakes, to tell you the truth. I think there's some tweaking that we could ask for or do, but those people are on the ground day in and day out. And so, I think there has to be some trust there as well. And that was just comments on my part. Thanks.
Thanks, Tony. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I don't have so much, I think we accomplished quite a bit, but a couple of recommendations that I think that we would want to consider forwarding on. Number one, I think this task force took on way too broad and too many different subjects. And I get back to, so what Joe's talking about, one of them, landowner access, something that Senator Driscoll brought up. We could have spent the last 18 months just working on, habitat related issues. And so we said wildlife task force, and we just took on the world. And consequently, I think there's certain issues so let's take fishing. I think other than the issue of guided fishing, we didn't even delve into that arena. So habitat, alternative methods. So any recommendation going forward, I would say, look, if there is more task force work, or if there's a task force, make it a little more specific instead of just wildlife task force. I mean, we could have just on public access, landowner compensations, could have spent months, or on Joe's thing, alternative season settings that facilitate greater opportunity. Those are very deep, robust subjects that could have spent a lot more time on. We just didn't have the time. So I think we kind of did the shotgun approach and with the high button issues. So one of the recommendations with going forward would be to do more surgical type approach for these task force and engage them. And the other recommendation I would have, and this is just part of being in the nature of the legislature and then watching the same dynamics play out here, is my guess, if we go back and look at all of the public comments that were submitted, it's probably less than 800 distinct individuals. And we have 40,000 deer hunters out there. And so you do not get a random sampling of what the overall opinion of the public is. And consequently, we make policy decisions or recommendations based on a very small subset of the data out there. So one of the recommendations that I would say moving forward is when we do these things, to make sure that we didn't hear from what I would call the vast majority of the silent public on any of these issues. We heard from the very passionate. Always go back to Samuel Adams said, it never takes a majority prevail. It just takes a minority lighten brush fires in the mind of the populace. And that's exactly my experience in the legislature we deal with, and that's what I saw here. So the recommendation specifically, if there is other task force and they take this up, you have to have on board the ability of a consulting firm to go out there and do randomized recommendations. And so it's not just submit public. I mean, hell, we've seen when Cy goes out and sends out to his mailing list, just on his mailing list to respond. What I'm saying is you should have access to a pollster to go out, and so the task force would come up and make a recommendation on a question. And then you hire somebody that does a statistical and actual random sampling of those, quote, resident hunters to get a real non-biased perspective of what the opinion is. And so sometimes I don't think we always make the best recommendations. We make our recommendations from the most vocal group, and I think we miss 90% of the population when we do that. So those are two recommendations I think that we ought to consider in December moving forward, is to be more surgical and specific on what future task force may or may not. And then to make sure that we adequately sample through a random sampling process, public opinion versus who can light the biggest fire in the population's hair. So those are just a couple of comments. I do think we've made tremendous progress. It's been a great opportunity. It's time consuming and sometimes it's clumsy, but I think we owe it to do our best and make those recommendations. I just think that this process could be improved, and those would be recommendations I would put out there.
Senator Hicks, I appreciate that. I think that's something that would be good to put in our synopsis to future governors, legislators, whoever's deciding to set something up like this, that you take a more surgical approach, because I would agree. We were, from the very get-go, we were tasked with a very large, open-ended things to deal with. The hard to deal with issues that haven't been solved for a reason, and that's what we talked about. And so I appreciate that. I don't see any other hands up right now, so I'll say a few things here that I have written down. Some of them really probably overlap, but you know, when Joe and Josh and I have talked a lot about this, and I'm sure we would have talked about it if we were sitting next to each other in a meeting room, but you know, we had a lot of talk about mule deer and had an incredible presentation about mule deer. And I can tell you, I'm new to being, I mean, I'm 17-year business owner in the wildlife industry in taxidermy. It's the worst year I've ever had for mule deer. And so I think something that struck me earlier, and I know that I've talked to the director about this and others, but something that Adam said earlier was the cultural implications. And I'm going to just, on another sense, you know, we allow and we make it okay because we want to see success and we want to see younger individuals be successful at hunting, and we want to get them out there, but we allow them to harvest doe mule deer. And I was taking my own poll in the first 20 days of October at the meat processor, how many doe mule deer come in, and I know Jennifer's given us these numbers. We maybe should look back, and this is something that Game and Fish Department can talk about in the future, but the cultural shift of saying that that's okay. You know, we're seeing over the whole Western United States, and it was backed up with the data for the most part in Wyoming of a decrease in mule deer. Yet we're culturally okay with harvesting does. Some of that is for purposes of that they're on the hay fields and they're doing some destruction, but mule deer does are our baby makers. And you know, I think maybe we have to have a long look in the mirror about, are we going to just make that okay, continue to make that okay? And I don't know the answer to that, but I think it's something we should consider, and whether that's a recommendation or not, I think that the Game and Fish is going to continue to look at that no matter what, because of the numbers out there across the state. And then you know, some little things that came up along this way. Somebody asked me, why didn't you talk about chasing bears with dogs? You know, I don't know that that's a big one we want to get into, but I think the department hears that every once in a while on why we don't do that in Wyoming. And I think one of the big ones for me is just something that I don't know if everybody else is aware, but I was certainly aware of it. And I don't want to put the director too much on the spot, but we're going to have the governor in our next meeting. I don't know if everybody knows that. Governor's going to come visit us in the next meeting in Cheyenne. So we're having that meeting in Cheyenne. But during our time, the Game and Fish, the staff has just been incredible. But has anybody noticed the change in the staff that we've had in the past 18 months? Just 18 months. And I think we've had 3 or 4 different people in that office who have all been incredible people and some of them have moved to other jobs now. And not to put you on the spot, Director Nesvik, but I feel like maybe our staff is, and we haven't helped with that, is incredibly overworked. And I'm wondering, is there a capability for you to hire new staff if you need it, to the extent you need it, or is there a freeze in place that's making that hard? And what is the burden on our department right now, if that is the case? And how can we help as a task force maybe have that conversation with the governor in the next meeting? And I think that that's something that probably statewide in every department and probably all Wyoming governmental departments, it's the case if that's the case. But I'm curious if that's something that's happening right now, because I've seen some incredible individuals that have been working with your department in your office that are helping us with the task force, and it's a small part of it that now are not there. And I know they've taken other jobs and really good jobs. And so I'm just curious, if you don't mind, I don't want to put you on the spot with that, if you don't mind, and maybe we can get an update on that in the next meeting.
Yeah, so first of all, I'll tell you that what I hear from my folks across the state in virtually every corner, every region, every work unit is that, you know, they're maxed. They're maxed out. And it's interesting you bring this up because we're pretty concerned right now. We've got some new opportunity coming our way with funding that we haven't seen in a generation from the federal government. And I'm trying to figure out ways to be able to implement that and put good conservation on the ground with the capacity that I currently have. And we operate under a position cap. It's set by the governor. It's not and it's been in place since 2003. It's not something new that Governor Gordon came up with, but it's been in place since 2003. And so, yeah, I work every day trying to find ways to mitigate workload for my folks. But also how to try to have more impact on the ground and do more conservation, do more good work. As far as the folks that this task force has seen move through here, there's none of the change that you've seen has been somebody that came to me and said, I'm burned out and I'm out of here. We've had some just kind of normal life events that have happened. Todd, that you guys are used to seeing, he's still recovering from back surgery. And we had, Laura, you probably remember her husband got a job in another state. So kind of normal life events that have forced some change, but I appreciate you recognizing that, because it is a big deal to my employees. It's a big deal to me. And we have a culture in our agency where we're pretty proud and we have a strong work ethic, and we don't like to brag about it and we don't like to complain. And so we don't. But it's an issue. It's a true, and when this first came up a few years ago, we really started digging into it and trying to do our own analysis and figure out where the issues were coming from and why an increase of workload now. And there's a lot, it's real, it's not a perception. And we have found some of the reasons why, and I could talk quite a while about that, but the bottom line is that the expectations of our department today is more than what it was 20 years ago. We have responsibilities now that we used to not have, but we're still continuing to do a lot of those same things that we did 20 years ago. So I'll stop there. I don't know if that answered your question, but I certainly gave you my perspective.
No, I appreciate that. And I think that I didn't know about the position cap. I mean, I'd heard that there's just an employee across the board, government employee, maybe a freeze, or we don't hire no new hires or anything like that. And I don't know if that's true. I didn't ask the governor's office, none of that. I just thought I'd ask, and that's important, especially when we talk in this task force about recommending more dollars to go to habitat management and weed spraying and all of the things that we want to see happen. Pretty tough to do that when you have a cap on how many people you can hire. And I guess one of the other things that I'm curious about, and I don't know whether it's an issue, I think it probably isn't, but how often does the department do, and maybe this is just not even something this task force needs to talk about, but I think it's good to have out there. How often are we competitive? Are we competitive wage wise, and do we have a hard time? I know that the labor market is very tough right now. It's tight. People can pick and choose. People can work from home. I mean, not these kind of jobs, but I just am curious on, if we have the best of the best department, are we offering the best of the best to the people that we want to be the best of the best?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, first of all, that with the folks that we hire, and it's just part of our culture, it's been this way for a long time. If you were to ask them about what's the most important thing about what they do, it's the resource they get to manage. That's what they're most passionate about. And so I don't want to overshadow their dedication to wildlife with discussions about something that's not as important to most of our employees, and that's compensation. But with that said, you asked a specific question, and I'll tell you that it's peaked and waned over time. With the raises that the legislature approved here this past session, that really helped significantly, because we were at a point where we hadn't had raises for quite some time, 6 years, I believe. And so that really helped. But because of the current economic conditions, it fixed things for a little while, but we're already behind again because of inflation. Now, the way that, for those of you who aren't familiar, the way that things work in state government is it's based on a market and a comparison to similar positions in other states. Generally, Wyoming we've been pretty darn competitive with the positions in our agency. We do well by our folks in the state of Wyoming, as long as we keep up. And when we go for long periods of time and we don't deal with salaries, it's an issue. It creates problems and you won't hear a lot of my folks complain about it until it gets really bad. And it was getting to that point here a couple of years ago. And so I am really appreciative of the legislature doing what they did this last year. And I know they're considering and discussing another salary adjustment here in this coming session.
Appreciate that update. Thank you for that. So, do you mind, just because it's a big deal in my area, just 2 minutes, same thing you told me probably on some changes coming up with the invasive species, aquatic invasive species thing that's been happening in the, I guess, Glendo and Keyhole, which they're probably frozen now, so they're not worried about putting boats in there. But that was a big deal up here for walleye tournaments and different things that were happening. And there were zebra mussels found in Pactola, I believe, and so then that's real close to and a lot of the users are the same, and so that's why we put in some pretty and the lack of staffing at this time of year, that some of those tougher requirements were put into place, and so if you could just give me just a quick update on that. When you told me before was great. So
You bet. So as Rusty mentioned, we've had zebra mussels detected in our surrounding states. We've never had a zebra mussel detected 27 miles from our border, which is what happened in South Dakota this summer. And then to complicate things, when we looked at where boaters from Pactola Reservoir went when they weren't at Pactola, two primary bodies of water were both Keyhole and Glendo. And there's requirements in place that they stop and they're inspected. We immediately put in place a requirement that they had to be decontaminated if they came from South Dakota, regardless of what the inspection said. But I became very concerned that we needed to do something more drastic that was going to create, there were going to be some things that the public wasn't going to like, because we had to do everything we could to protect Wyoming from having those things brought into our state. Some of you have heard me say this before, that I think it's just like, it's the new cheatgrass. If we get it, we'll never get rid of it, and we'll always regret that we let it come in our borders. So yeah, the method we determined was the only 100% sure bet, was to require every single boat to have to be inspected. And really the only way to do that, you can't guarantee everybody's going to stop at the port. You have to limit their entry point onto the water, and you have to inspect them before they go on right at the entry point. And so that's what we did. One boat ramp open at each one of those reservoirs for the fall fishing season. Fall fishing is way more popular at those two than it ever used to be. And so it definitely created, we heard from a lot of the public, and a lot of the public thought it was the new norm. This was going to be a permanent thing, which is not true. It was really a Band-Aid to get us to where we can get ice on the water and figure out what our long-term plan is. But we just talked to our commission. We're looking at having to increase our spending, as well as the number of employees we have that are temporary employees dedicated to AIS this next year, pretty significantly. I think 14 more people and several $100,000 more dollars in equipment and manpower time. So, that's one thing. It's related to, Rusty. I know this isn't where you were going, but in 2003, we didn't have $1 allocated to AIS. And today this next year, we'll hire 60 or 70 temporary employees, and we've got 5 FTEs dedicated to that, as well as, millions of dollars that we never used to have to deal with. So.
No, I appreciate that. Appreciate that update.
Rusty?
Yeah.
Can I jump in there? Because this is a recommendation, and I'll try to stay off my soapbox, but AIS is not the responsibility of the Game and Fish Department. When we get AIS, the people that will suffer will be municipalities, towns, counties, irrigators. And years ago, the Game and Fish, I think because of their competence, assigned AIS inspection, prevention, and all the work that's going on today to Game and Fish. Makes sense. We're out there. We have personnel out there. But, you know, if we get AIS and it's a problem in Wyoming, the people that will suffer are those water users. We will still have fish in our reservoirs if we get AIS. We will still have fish in our rivers if we get AIS. Game and Fish and the commission has shouldered it as they should have responsibly done it. But here is my concern. There are a number of people in this room that have worked their butts off to be the only state agency that has a $75 million, I'm going to estimate, that's pretty close, reserve that would allow the Game and Fish Department to operate independently with no revenue whatsoever for 7 to 8 months. That is a hell of an achievement. No other state agency can say that. So when we get AIS, and we will, it's not a matter of if, it's when, everyone's going to look and say, okay, how do we deal with this crisis? And currently, Game and Fish will have to deal with that crisis. And I am incredibly fearful that it won't take long to go through that $75 million budget surplus that many of us have worked our asses off to create and maintain, when the people that should be helping in that effort are municipalities, towns, counties, irrigation districts, and the people that will be damaged by the introduction of AIS. So as a recommendation to this task force, I hope we consider that the legislature study and implement, you know, the creation of some type of reserve fund that could be spent at the discretion of the governor when we get AIS. I know I've talked to Ogden that, and he slapped me on the head. And I mean, that's a controversial subject, that you would spend water development funds or set them aside in a contingency fund. But I really think that's something that if this task force looks at, we should make that recommendation and have the legislature at least study what happens in that contingency and who pays the bill. It would be unfortunate if the sportsmen in Wyoming had to pay that bill and undo the very wise and considered efforts of the Game and Fish Department to develop that reserve and have it available as necessary. I never thought we'd use it, but there was a month or two when COVID hit and we were wondering, do we have to cancel all hunting seasons this fall? I mean, this was in the dark days of COVID. And if we do that, how will we survive? And it was very comforting to me to at least know at that time we had 60 million in reserve. So that's a critical issue. And I think we could look at that in December and make some recommendation. Thank you.
Amen.
All right, thanks, Pat. You got a couple senators with their hands up. So Ogden, you go first and then Larry can go after that.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, appreciate it. Pat, I didn't pat you on the head. I patted you somewhere else.
And it was a foot, I recall, Ogden.
I'll background y'all a little on the AIS program where it came. That was actually Senator Christensen's bill that I co-wrote with him and did it. And it was quite unpopular at the start by Game and Fish, by YDOT, by everybody. We all agreed something needed to be done. It was a little like now. Nobody really wanted to take it. And that bill came through, and you know, it turned out being really forward-looking and a smart bill. I will tell you, when we get it, it will not be shouldered solely out of the Game and Fish. We'll deal with it like we do other crises, and there'll be some other ways to go. Part of my deal is I do look at it a little different than you do, Pat. A good chunk of that 60 million isn't Wyoming sportsmen's dollars. It's Pittman Robertson's money, and a lot of that comes off of boating and the other end of it. And I've always felt like it was fair game for some of that money that's being paid by boaters on fees, that some of that money go back to administer the program. And I'm thankful. I think the Game and Fish has done a great job of administering the program. When it does get here, and I agree with you, it'll come at some time, I'm more than willing to look at some other avenues that we get there. So that end of it, you can rest assured I'm happy to have a resolution come out or whatever, but publicly stand behind kind of how we've done it is, like I said, I'm a big defender that sportsmen pay for a big part of the programs in Wyoming, but a huge part of your reserve account has come from federal dollars off Pittman Robinson as well. And those dollars, in my opinion, have just a tiny bit different purpose than directly back to the resident hunter. Going on, I have great compunction for the statement Director Nesvik made. It's not just the game and fish. Our state employees statewide and in particular in Cheyenne, we've got a crisis to deal with. And it's not like the aquatic invasives. This crisis is here and alive right now. We all need to link together to make the public understand that, you know, right now we're losing people out of the game and fish. You're going to have segments of road that don't get plowed after dark this year because YDOT can't hire drivers. DEQ can't find people. It doesn't matter what agency you talk in Cheyenne. Because of housing costs and cost of living, we're just not recruiting people we need. I think we all need to work on educating the public. The last piece I'll go to is what was addressed quite a bit ago back to Rusty is I would like to see us next meeting put on mule deer does on the topic. I'd worked hard to try to get us not to kill does. And I think 2 or 3 meetings ago, I got beat up pretty bad that we were fine managing mule deer and whitetail together in Northeast Wyoming. And in between, I got a memo sent to me that our mule deer herd's down 56% in our area. And I think you're going to see we probably lose another 10 to 15% on this one season, because what we've got to kill in Northeast Wyoming is mule deer does right now. And I think you'll see a big chunk of mule deer does get slaughtered in Northeast Wyoming. I think it's imperative that this task force sends a strong recommendation to the game and fish that we need to protect our mule deer does. And I get that they've got areas, they got excesses. I think the commission has ways to deal with that on spot areas. But this deal of allowing mass hunting of mule deer does is nearing insanity to me when I look at the list, and there's only one area that's at herd objectives, and that's bags. I think it's time that we treat it like what it is, and it's a herd in decline. There's lots of reasons. It's not any one thing. You know, we've got all kinds of things, but the mule deer are under attack. And I think that's one thing this task force can do, is come with a recommendation that tells the game and fish in no uncertain terms that we want that mule deer herd protected and we want to grow it, even if it means we lose some hunting opportunity in the short term. So with that, I thank you. And I flat will tell you, Pat, we'll be there when it comes time on the AIS stuff. We'll step up.
Hey, Rusty, Brian handed me a note that there's something in the works or is done. So why don't you tell us about that? I didn't know that.
So last session, I went and asked I don't remember which committee I asked now, but I probably started with TRW and asked for I called it the AIS insurance policy. And I'm sure the legislators probably remember you guys looked at that and then ended up providing the governor with an emergency. I don't remember what the fund was called, but it was a discretionary fund for the governor to use for state emergencies. And that's what we agreed would cover a portion of, or it would cover it in whole, but it wasn't entirely dedicated just to AIS, but it was dedicated to deal with implementing rapid response plans if that came to be, as well as other state emergencies. And it was, I don't remember the amount, it's way more than what we'd ever spend for an AIS response plan. So the governor has that discretionary money right now to do that.
Is it in the budget, Bill?
It was a footnote, if I remember right, and I'm sure Senator Hicks will remember because he's on JAC.
Appreciate that update. Thank you for that. So we'll go to Senator Hicks, and then Representative Summers will be after that.
Yeah, I don't remember the specific amount of money, but the director's right. I think the governor has discretionary ability to go up, and it was either 20 or $30 million in that ballpark that he can spend out of the LSRA or rainy day account for emergency purposes. And obviously AIS might fit that bill. You know, just a real quick comment, Pat, is I'm sitting here and as we're talking, I was reviewing the governor's proposed supplemental budget. So, Game and Fish is an executive branch agency. You know how it works, Pat. There's two branches of government. The governor actually recommends to the legislature in the budget. And so back to do we recommend the legislature establish this? It's got to be a two-pronged approach, because if we do it, the governor doesn't support it, then it doesn't happen. And so if there is going to be a recommendation, it needs to be to both branches of government to fund that, not just the legislature. You need to get both horses, pulling in the same direction on that. And so, if we make a recommendation specific to AIS, it ought to be a recommendation to the executive branch and also the legislature.
Okay.
Thank you, Larry. Okay, Representative Summers.
Thank you. I guess on the muscle issue, one question I have of the department is, at what point you just say we're not going to allow any more boats out of state coming in from these areas? I mean, that's just, or do you think that the cleanup is possible, right? I mean, I guess that's the trade-off. Which costs us more money? Is it not having these boats come in from those areas or those states that have this issue? Or is it the cleanup is not as expensive as we once thought? That's just a question I have. And certainly from my perspective, I'm certainly willing to work with the department. If we do get it, we're going to have to deal with it, and we're going to have to find the money to deal with it. And I'll certainly help with that all I can. But at some point, what are our options there, and what has been considered and thought of?
Yeah, so excellent question, Representative Summers. And I'll tell you that undoubtedly we are not at that point where the prevention efforts cost more than the mitigation efforts. The mitigation efforts are probably, when you look at a widespread infestation across all different potentially affected stakeholders, you're in the tens of millions of dollars. Our prevention efforts right now are, in that $2 million range. And I think the other effects, the other impacts there would be if we significantly curtailed non-resident boat traffic would be on some of the local businesses. Our approach, and we're in the middle of evaluating the new threat that we have in South Dakota, as well as not nearly the same threat from Colorado, but some new threats there. We're looking at having more of a border, even enhancing our border protection and doing less within the state. So we still have very low use, very low traffic ports of entry. Lusk is an example where we don't have an inspection station. And as we look at our next best step, those are the kind of things we're evaluating, is putting more people out on the perimeter of the state. If we can, in most cases, if we can take a look at the boat and know where it's coming from, we can either decon it, which will kill anything that's live, or at least have a chance to look at it to see if there's a potential for that boat to be carrying mussels. So that's the approach now. And like I said, our folks are looking pretty hard at changes that we're going to have to make. And I'll tell you that there's the threat we have on this situation is not our local boaters, but they're affected. They're inconvenienced. And so what I've asked our folks to do is find a way to make it more convenient for the folks that aren't presenting the threat. And if we've got to have it be more difficult, that needs to be borne by the people who present the threat, which is people that either live here and take their boats out of state and come back, or people that live somewhere else and are bringing their boats into Wyoming.
Then just maybe I can get Larry to, thanks, Larry. Maybe I can give, just one other comment on kind of the whole task force issue. Being naive, me, and on the western side of the state, I didn't realize how strong some of these animosities were that existed between user groups that, that we were talking about a while ago. And I guess it's just really, I think it's really unfortunate. And I hope we do work over time on those relationships between the different interest groups. It's not good for Wyoming. It's not good for wildlife management. It just has a lot of problems. And I know that was naive of me because we have so much federal land on the west side. I don't see it as much. And I think we picked a scab with this task force, which is good to pick every once in a while. But in doing so, I think we actually raised some of the animosities back up again, and people that I hadn't heard that from in years. And so how we build those relationships going forward, I think, is a topic, right? It's not just a problem. We have to make it a topic, I think, as a state, to try to understand that a little better and deal with it if we can.
Thank you, Representative Summers. Appreciate that. Okay, so just going to open it up to anybody else. Any other topics that you think we, anything, any other comments, any other topics, any other things you want to put on the table? I think a lot of those things are out there. I think for next meeting,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah, go ahead.
just real quick, the thing that comes to mind immediately to me is I'd like to put lunch on the table, but
I'm just guessing, but from where you're sitting, you probably can order it. But anyway, sorry. So if you don't mind, it looks like we have one person. I'm guessing there's somebody out there that thinks that we didn't deal with something that they want to put on the table. And I see a hand up. Let's let that person in and let them make some comment here.
It's Jaden Bales.
Jaden. Oh yeah, we got Jaden. Perfect.
All righty, members of task force, can you guys hear me today?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, thanks for all of the conversations you guys have had today. It seems real productive. Again, thanks for all the work that everybody's been doing on here. I just wanted to add a quick public comment on behalf of the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I think there's some really good conversations that we're having regarding how we manage different species. And I think, it was brought up at one point, having a bigger discussion about how we structure our seasons and making some sort of well-known approach to local management of our wildlife is probably important. Within that, I think there's also this conversation of doe hunting that we need to be leaning on the science and how we look at this doe hunting as it's been proposed in the state thus far. I know that there's some research that says it might be helpful with chronic wasting disease control. Some research from Monteith's shop is looking at fat reserves in does, and when those fat reserves drop, that it might mean that localized herd is hitting their population carrying capacity. And so that doe hunting still on localized small levels, I think probably should be looked at by those local managers and local scientists, just so that we keep science-based management at the forefront of what we're looking at. This obviously is always helpful with our conversations with our predator control and large carnivore management. And I think we need to just make sure that science-based conversation is kept throughout all of our species. That's my comment today. So again, thanks everybody for your work on this task force. I know we got one meeting left. Hopefully we'll have a representative, probably Jess Johnson down there in Cheyenne for the final meeting. But thanks again.
Thanks, Jaden. Appreciate your comments. So Director Nesvik, if I'm not mistaken, I don't have the email pulled up for the meeting. I believe it's December 14th in Cheyenne at the Game and Fish headquarters, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the email from you, I think that what time was the governor supposed to be there? It was in the afternoon, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it'll be in the morning. I think actually he's committed in the afternoon. So, and I think we got him for an hour.
Okay.
And he really wants to just come and thank the task force, but I thought what would be appropriate is to give him a summary of the work of the group. And then, just a recommendation for you to consider and the group to consider is, I think it might be helpful for him to kind of hear, kind of the quick, concise perspective from each member on anything that they want him to hear, whether it's, about how the task force went or other things related to the topics we've talked about. That's kind of what I thought that might fit quite well, to have quick presentation of what we've done, highlight the recommendations, and then have each member of the task force be able to brief him and then give him a little time to ask questions.
I think that works really well. And so I'm glad it's in the morning, because I don't know that this task force will go into the afternoon on that day. And so I just wanted to make sure that we accommodated the time for everybody. But anyway, whenever he decides what time that'll be, we'll just do that when he gets there. Other than that, I think we can go over if we can get, do you think it's fair to have that information out to the task force, like, and you and I can work on this, and I know your staff and you guys are already working out on this, but the summary and, that document that we want to have there for everything that we've done over the past 18 months. Do you think it's possible to have that out to us maybe by the 7th or 8th of December?
Yeah, and I don't think that a final report, in fact, I know we cannot complete a final report, but we can have a summary that would kind of do a wrap up of the big items. Like, these are the recommendations that we made. We could definitely have that by the 7th or 8th. But the full report, I think that comes after the December meeting. And I think it's probably a couple-month process. And then my thought is that once we finish drafting it, that the whole task force gets a crack at it. I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to misrepresent anything. And so I think that the group should get a crack at it. And really, this document, it's going to live for a long time. So I think taking some time to get it right is important.
I totally agree with that. I appreciate that. I was gonna ask, and I know that we have legislators that are going to be in legislature and task force members that are going to go back to being non-task force members, but just people. And that over the next couple months, when that comes out, to really examine that and put your feedback in, because we don't want to miss anything. I don't think we want to miss any discussion and any of that. I think we want to make sure that future folks can look through that if they want to, and make sure that they capture what we actually discussed through these 18 months, even though it all is going to be recorded. They can watch the meetings if they want, hear that conversation, I believe, and they can look at all the documentation that we were given, not only on our website, but all the public comment. Everything's going to be captured in that final report. It's going to be quite large. But over the next few months, when that does come out, if everybody could take time to look at that, and we'll talk about that again. As far as things on the agenda besides the governor, go ahead, Pat.
On that note, I'm sorry, but that's a nightmare. We have wasted months over drafts of small little things. So if we embark on that process, then I think as chairman and as a task force, we need to make, this report's going to come out on X date. You have till this date to give red line comments, or, and then we have to give the chairs authority to make final edits to the document and get it out.
I'm okay with that. I agree.
All right. So, let's just, because otherwise this thing, it could take months to generate the report, and then we've lost our effectiveness, and we've lost our message, and we've lost our credibility. So.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I just want to make sure that the the department has to compile something, is going to have that compiled for us to at least, make edits to. So that's kind of a little bit contingent on that. And we just went over how much work they're doing and the extra jobs they're doing. So whenever that comes out, we'll set a date, like you said, Pat, and make sure that gets done. So Joe, you have your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Pat, and I'm curious from our elected officials or legislators on the squad. Well, I mean, when would that be ideal for the legislature to have that, and would it be? I mean, Representative Flitner, I guess I don't know. From your experience, is there a time when that might be helpful as the legislative session ramps up? Or Senator Hicks, thoughts on when you would want that by? So I do agree, we should set a date. We should push towards that, but the best way to keep us honest would actually be to have our legislators say we need it by this date.
Well, I'll let Larry speak, but I guess from my own personal standpoint, that would be important, I suppose, for your TRW committee specifically, to have that in hand once that committee has been formed, once the session convenes. So you've gotten until the second week in January to get that done.
So this is Albert. And I think, as far as any piece of legislation, if the committee has the recommendation, obviously there's a bill, there's a recommendation. You guys have sent that, make sure that exists. Maybe you send it again to the committee. But I don't know that the entire document needs to be done prior to session, because there's gonna be a lot of stuff in there that's not gonna pertain to the bills that we're talking about. And so I think we'll be okay with that. As it relates to the bill that, that Larry and I might carry, or somebody might carry and we may help carry on the technology piece, just the same thing. It would be good if, on behalf of the task force, if that recommendation on that topic was sent to TRW committee, particularly to both TRW committees when they come out, so they have that in front of them. I think if Larry has any other ideas or Ogden, that'd be great. But the whole document does not need to be finalized by session, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that I would agree with that with the bills and then the legislative session, and particularly when you think that, we're looking at 40% of the members are going to be new members and stuff. The final document probably doesn't need to be ready. It should be something that's presented, I think, to the Joint Travel Recreation Committee at their first meeting, which Jamie would know that probably occurs in April, May sometime. It's just not something we're going to be able to take up and digest during the session. And it's not a necessity to get the two bills passed. I would concur with Albert on that.
Mr. Chairman, just so my comments are clear, I'm not trying to further burden Game and Fish or rush it. I'm just, once Game and Fish gets done with their work, I'm looking for a very efficient, orderly process to get it finalized. I mean, I just, in large groups like this, lawyers are the worst, so I'll probably be the worst violator, but I already said a bad word, but lawyers have to pee on everything. So we changed tomato to tomato and potato to potato. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Appreciate that, Pat. Noted.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I just think that he said that he does not get a copy to review.
I'm okay with that.
That's what I heard, that Pat doesn't get a chance to review the document, and I'll make that motion.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we get the other items that we think we need to talk about on the agenda for the next meeting, besides just the governor and talking about making sure we have maybe if there's any questions on that summary that we come up with. Do you think you could get that summary out to us, that week prior?
Yeah, yes.
Friday. Okay, Friday before or something like that. That'd be good. I think a lot of that's compiled already.
Rusty, one of the things, and I mentioned it already, I would like at our next meeting to get an update from the department of the recommendations the task force made, because those go to the department and then to the commission. The commission makes a recommendation. You know, where is each one of those at in the process, and what was, if there is a final disposition, what was that? And so if we could get that, Brian, I just want to reiterate, I'd like to do that in December.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, this will take a second here, Rusty, but why don't I run through the action items that I've got from today? Some of them pertain to next meeting. So you guys know what I've got. So what I've got is, first of all, that there's a recommendation that I need to pass along to the commission that they look into complaints and on some of the abuses with the disabled vet donated license program. That we need to, the second one is we need to modify the landowner license letter based on what we voted on today and get it sent. Third, we need to prepare and get ready the recommendation to the legislature on the language for technology. Fourth, we need to recommend to the legislature an increase in the non-resident license fees for the big five in accordance with those amounts we discussed today. Fifth, we need to provide you with an update on all the recommendations that have been made to the commission and their current status. Sixth, a migration corridor update at the December meeting. Seventh, some discussion recommendations on this whole issue around mule deer, doe hunting, that whole discussion. And that's what I've got right now.
I don't think I have anything. Just looking through all the other issues here as quick as I can.
Mr. Chairman, the only other one is there was some discussion. I don't know if we actually made a recommendation on the AIS issue that we discussed. And I think the governor's got the ability under a contingency, but I don't know if Pat had something more specific, but that was floating around out there as a quasi kind of recommendation. I just questioned to Pat, are you satisfied with what you heard?
The only thing that concerned me, Larry, was one of your comments that there's this contingency fund and it likely, or, I mean, there was a little bit of hedge whether that would apply to AIS. If we need to clear that up somehow in a new budget footnote, or this is a general session, right?
Yes.
All right, so, or some recommendation that contingency fund be placed in future budget bills, because we're just dealing with a 2-year. If it's a budget footnote, it's a 2-year appropriation.
Yeah, and I'd have to go look. I don't know if it was just a budget footnote. It very well may be that we give him spending authority for emergencies. So I'll have to do a little research on that, Pat. But I do think this is a conversation that we should have with the governor if he would like to make a specific recommendation on AIS. Or does he feel that this is an adequate mechanism and maybe we just need to codify that? And if we need to enumerate what emergencies, so I'm curious as to what the governor would say would he consider an AIS outbreak the ability to use his emergency spending authorities or not?
He does. We've had that discussion.
I'm just not, I can't recollect. My recollection is, and I think Director Nesbitt alluded to this, is it got rolled into this broader discussion of discretionary authority of what an emergency is. So I can go back and look and see whether that was a budget footnote or how we structured that in the budget.
Well, how about this, Larry? Why don't you do that and then just send me a text or something, or be prepared to tell all of us next session? I mean, maybe there's a better way to do it. Maybe this is sufficient. I just don't know.
Okay.
And then I think, Brian, just so everybody knows and can prepare, I think we can probably wrap that meeting up in a morning session. I don't think we need to schedule an afternoon.
Yeah, and what I thought I would do, Rusty, is when I have it nailed down at the specific time when the governor's going to be here, we would start the meeting, appropriately in advance of that, an hour, hour and a half before that, and clear some of these other topics, and then we can finish up whatever we need to finish up after he's gone.
That sounds great. I appreciate that. Okay. And I appreciate you putting mule deer back on the agenda one more time. I think it is a big deal in Wyoming and across the West, and there's a decline, and I think everybody knows it. And certainly some things up here in the Northeast have made that faster. But I think it's good that it's on the agenda. So thank you for that. So, is there anything else we're missing today? Is there anybody else out there that wants to put in any more public comment? I don't think we're putting anything out for public comment between now and December. Is there anything else out there pending that anybody that I forgot about? Okay, well, if not, thanks everybody for your time and appreciate it. And sorry if you traveled and didn't mean to. And I do want to wish you legislators that are in Casper good luck. I hope you don't need it, but you might. And we'll all be watching. So thanks a lot. And we'll look forward to seeing everybody in December.
Thanks, Rusty. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
You too. You
Thanks.
too.
Happy Thanksgiving. Take care.
Hey, guys.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye.